Alright, welcome everybody to yet another extremely interesting installment in the Factorio times 1000 times science cost series. Where we'll be doing exactly the same as in the last episode, probably, which is very slowly, very slowly walking all over the map to explore as many chunks as possible. But of course we're aided a little bit by the speed up mod, which lets me speed up the actual game, so it won't be as boring as described, but still, it's gonna be up there. Yes, still, if you look at the timer, you can clearly see I have managed 24 hours. I've went on for 24 hours without building a factory, and it looks like we're not about to start anytime soon yet. So this is what it looks like after 24 hours. We've got a lot of stuff. We just haven't got a lot of factory. We've got a lot of. We're in the process of revealing a lot of land, finding a lot of resources, which we'll need to claim for the end of the game. And of course, also earlier we made the pipe wall. We have tons of map text on the map, which we can move around at will. That is something. We've got an Excel table over here, which shows the available resources, and that's important because, well, basically, we've only got so long before big biters, and then only so long before behemoth biters later on. And we need to complete just a ton of stuff before we hit those two thresholds. So that leads us to needing to do everything else first and building a factory later. Because as soon as we build a factory, this evolution factor is going to go through the roof very fast. As you can see at the moment, it's hardly increasing because we have no production. Production for the last 10 hours was this. For the last hour, it was nothing. We consumed 4 magazines by shooting a biter or something, I have no idea, 57 minutes ago. So yeah, we cannot have a factory just yet because that would just push us into big biters before we are ready for them, and that's just the reality of the beast. Most of the troubles we have to go through are caused by also wanting to get this achievement, keeping your hands clean, which says, destroy your first enemy structure using artillery. It's worded a little bit weird, but that means you cannot destroy any biter bases until you do it with an artillery shell. Your first enemy structure has to be destroyed by an artillery shell, which is unlocked on Vulcanus. with the Vulcanus science pack. So that means we gotta get off this planet without destroying a single biter base. We've been doing a decent job putting all these weird patterns around existing biter bases, which stops enemies from spawning. So we cleared a lot of area for our pollution cloud to grow in. We try to secure as many resources as possible in our starting area. And we also have this nice, that is the main thing here. Why is my hotkeys not working? Oh wait, I have both hotkeys apparently set to the same thing. Right, that is for untested updates and stuff. We've also got these green expansion chunks in our area. Now normally you would not want a lot of green expansion chunks in your area, because it means all these things are valuable and likely places where the biters can expand. But through some previously unseen trickery, which is still not completely reliable, but we're hoping it works as we think it does. It should mean that no expansions can happen in this zone. And as no expansions can happen in the zone, that suddenly means we do want to keep as many of these chunks green as possible, so that these chunks get selected for expansion over chunks elsewhere on the map, especially on the resources we are about to claim. Because every time a chunk in my base gets chosen, the expansion will not happen and it will just be skipped entirely. So that's basically what we are hinging on, to keep biters out of our base, keep them from expanding into our base, and also for keeping some of the resources clean until like 100 hours from now, when we finally can claim them, something like that. But before we can claim the resources, we first gotta find them, and that's what we're working on right now. So today we're gonna explore the other half of the map. We started last stream doing the first half, as well as all the calculations and stuff. So we're just gonna explore this part around here a little bit. Then we're gonna go back to the base, see what we have. Like we've got iron, like an iron patch over here we can claim. We've got like good oil over here we can claim, etc, etc. There's a ton of resources on the map with the potential to be claimed. Even without fighting, like I think we can take this oil without fighting these biters around here, by just sneakily putting some pump jacks on here. Probably post efficiency module, but you can see there's forest in the chunk, which means we can just pipe it out in some sort of manner and enter our base, something like that. So yeah, we've got a couple classifications of resources. The green things like over here, those are like already under our control. 52 million iron, 15 million copper. And we've got the yellow things which we think we can claim later, like this copper patch, this iron patch, this oil, for instance. If we clear out these 4 bases later in the game, hopefully we can still do that. That kind of hinges on getting red ammo and 2 damage upgrades before behemoth biters. That's the second threshold. If we can clear out these biters, we can gain access to these resources marked in yellow. And then there's the resources marked with belt. The resources marked with belt, they don't require any combat. That's what we're looking for right now. So this one would be marked with belt, because we don't need to do any combat. We just need to go there, put the pump jacks there, pipe it back to our base. And we gotta keep the enemy from... we gotta prevent the enemy from expanding here or anywhere too close by, eventually, if we want to claim that resource. Same for this iron. At the moment there's no biters nearby, and we can belt this. We cannot claim this like 24 million iron like we do for the start, but we could say this is like 1 belt of iron or half a belt of iron. It kind of depends a little bit how fast the pollution spreads to these biters, and if we can keep this area clear of expansions. This one we already cleared, so all these chunks here are red because I throw a bunch of pipes on the ground and whatnot. But I didn't do this for the other resources yet, so here, this is still... Actually, I already did it here, but this is like still pretty green over here. So, yeah. Today we're gonna finish exploring, then we're gonna look at what resources we want to claim for ourselves, and which areas, also important, we want to give to the biters to expand in. Because they will be expanding, they will need to expand somewhere. So yeah, some areas of the map we just want to generate so the biters can expand there. Other areas we have resources we want to claim. We will make all the chunks red on the way to the base so we can later claim them. And yeah, for the rest the biters need to be able to expand somewhere. during the next 200 hours of the game, or whatever period we are stuck here. We've already went 25 hours without building a base. So yeah, it might be a while, because once we finally start researching, of course, all technologies will be like 1000 times as expensive. So that is gonna take some time, I suppose. Right, thanks, hey Odium, thanks for the 13th month subscription and for all your work moderating. And Solar Boy as well for the full year. And hi Romato as well for the 4 months. Thanks, everybody, for supporting. So yeah, let's, relaxing or meditative. Let's go with that. Some relaxing, non-Factorio, non-gameplay. It is gameplay, I guess. Let's just get started. Stop with the excuses. Let's get started. Let's first switch off. Oh, I'm going to. Let me see if I can fix the hotkey real quick before I start. I have the software open. This should be... combination key. Control F. Right, apply. Alright, let's test. Alright. So I got that sequence set to 2 hotkeys on my mouse. Open the debug menu and find. And then I can just type whatever I want to find. And I can quickly switch between all this stuff. I want to show pollution, etc, etc. That was messed up. Alright. Yeah, it's been a year already. I've been streaming like for a year and a month or so, OG guys here. Alright, I didn't actually know that. So the pollution, the biter nests, they won't absorb pollution anymore at all, except a little bit. I thought it was twice the... I had expected it to be twice the cap of the highest spawnable enemy, but apparently it's thrice. According to LON 210. I didn't test that, so that might well be the case. So that means a biter base will absorb like 600 pollution maximum in the behemoth biter area. A spitter spawner will absorb... actually no, it's not true, 1200 pollution. A behemoth biter does 400 pollution on default settings, I think. And a behemoth spitter 200. So the biter spawners will be able to absorb 1200 pollution, and the spitters spawners eventually will be able to absorb 600 pollution. Not yet though, we need to first cross into behemoth biters for that. Currently the threshold is lower. Factorio. I'm gonna steal that. Default handler. Mike's still playing Factorio, yeah. That's a good one. Alright, let's play some Factorio then. There we go. Alright, so where are we? We are right here. We did find some good oil last time here. I should have explored a bit further up there. That oil seems takeable. Oil is pretty easy to take, if it's not too close by the biter bases, because there's only like a handful of pump jacks which fit on top, and after efficiency modules that should... the pollution of those should not spread out very far. Hey Roman, privyet again. Hopefully this time we can keep chat in English. I'm not sure if you were chatting in Russian last time. Probably there were some other guys, but try to keep chat in English. So, because it's an English language stream, as English as my accent gets, I suppose. Favorite walking simulator. We're gonna walk a little bit faster though. I'm just gonna start off a little bit slower. Those chunk lines every time are very harsh on the vision. Where do I even want to go? I want to go a little bit behind here. Just backfill this a little bit and go up a bit more, I suppose. Hey Xyro999, thanks as well for redirecting Jeff Bezos' money straight out of his wallet. That basically just means thanks for the Prime subscription. For those not think that the tearing is an encoding artifact, I think. It should be F60 FPS, streaming in 30 FPS, so it should line up. But let me know if a lot of people have problems with the tearing stuff. I don't know if VSync is that a setting in here. I'm not really sure. I just want to wait for VSync. Yeah, I'm not sure I really want to switch off graphic settings without testing that first. Where's the music actually? I don't have any game sound at all for myself. If you don't see it in I don't have any. Is there sound for you? Like, do you hear me chopping a tree? I don't have any sound at all. Sound is hearable, alright. So what is it this time then? Sound and music. Okay, let's keep the music on then. We'll go on the text screen. Alright. Alright, that's interesting. Apparently I hit the mute key on the keyboard. Sound was still getting propagated through... For you, though. It was not playing on my system at all. Strange. Anyway. Hopefully that was it for the technical troubles for today. We'll go in 1.5 times speed. I feel I still have the reaction time to basically not get killed. And so I guess we'll just try to explore upwards a little bit more. Find what's there. Alright, I'm feeling bold today. We'll go 2 times speed. Can you hear us now? No, shout a little bit harder. Let's try 5 times speed. Maybe when I'm walking through an area I already have scouted, I can go 5 times speed, and then I'll run straight into a biter expansion, I suppose. Alright. I was supposed to have on autosave. Then I can explore. I tend not to save a lot. Here we already got big worms here. Yeah, it doesn't really matter. I think I'm not gonna exhaustively label all the nests and stuff. Yeah, tons of big worms here, so already nothing we can fight anymore today. Or at all in this game, I suppose. So the worms with big nests are just gonna be off limit for us forever. They're way too big. Maybe we can take down a big worm after some upgrades and red ammo. If it's like a small nest, like an expansion or something, but naturally generated nests are just gonna be off limits for all game. There is no way we can take those on. Yeah, we are on red signs only. In fact, we only have gotten gun so far. Of all the technologies which have the multiplier in there. Okay, looks like we're gonna be sandwiched in between the biter base and the lake. Alright, this might be the first episode without any pipe laying. But that's behemoth worms. Okay, we're already in behemoth worm territory now. Funnily enough, we might actually be able to take like this copper. We could potentially mine from this chunk over here. So this chunk over here, and then it would cost 1, 2, 3 chunks of pollution spread before we would pollute this very nest here. This nest. The center of this nest is in the left chunk. Yeah, the center is in this chunk, so it doesn't count like being in this chunk. Which means, yeah, we potentially could take some of this copper. Okay, we've hit another water border here. Alright, I'm kinda as far out as I want to be, I suppose. I was not really planning to explore super far out everywhere, but looks like we're doing it anyway. Okay, there's more. There is water though, I always like to scout next to water borders. I also put some more Space Age soundtracks in the default Factorio folder, so we should hear some other new Space Age tracks today. That was that was why I was late. Okay, we got our friends Behemoth Johnnies over here, apparently. I know, it's big ones. Big Johnnies have been found. It's cool, these how the water formations form here. Yeah, we are currently at 50% evolution from time. That's the only one of the only commands you can run. 40% evolution exactly we are on now. 54% time, 46% pollution. That is unheard of in a game which has been running for 25 hours. Normally time is only the biggest factor, like in the very beginning. Quickly overtaken by pollution and destroying biter bases if you have a biter heavy map gen. Mike's like waterboarded. Yeah, medium spitters actually. I have to upgrade my blueprints. If I remember correctly. Yeah, my blueprints they just will ignore any medium spitters coming up. In fact, let's just do that right now. I'll just add them to the end. Alright, so we've got 2 different ones here. This is medium spitters. This is worm first. This is biters first. Okay, the ones with the biters first will prioritize medium spitters. Alright, so we have 2 which prioritize medium spitters, and then the other biters, and then the other ones prioritize the worms with medium spitters last. So that's probably okay. Let's update it. So now I won't be surprised by medium spitters later on. Because that I definitely would have forgotten. Ooh, I cannot go through there. Are you insane? Like in general? I don't know, I was never tested, so I cannot give you a conclusive answer to that question. That was way too close. We might be stuck between a rock and a bitey place here. We might be able to sneak through this forest. Unless the behemoth worms has big ones. Oh, this is not good. I think we're gonna meet more biters in the south here. Oh, maybe we can get through. It's 1000 times science and default resources indeed. And first nest by artillery shell, yes. So it requires a pretty exhaustively grindy way to open the game, which is what we're working on right now. That's why we are 25 hours in. And all we have built in terms of factory is a couple of burner miners. And we hand-fed our way towards the first 10,000 science packs for the gun turret. And after that we've been neutralizing biter bases. Neutralizing, not destroying. With the help of the new target priority thing on the turrets, where we can basically keep them from shooting the bases, but only shoot the mobile enemies. While we place some eldritch witchcraft patterns of pipes on their base, after which a power field generates and the biters can no longer spawn enemies from the nests. Alright, another questionable oil source, which might be more takeable than it looks. Let me just take a quick peek in the chunk. I cannot really tell if that was a nest right there. Right in between the big worms. Alright, so it's in this chunk. This chunk is not forested, but this chunk is very forested. This is forested, this is forested. So if we mine here, pollution will spread equally in all 4 directions. This will just get completely absorbed in this chunk. This will get absorbed as well. After that it spreads here and here and here. I think that gets absorbed completely as well. To the right is no problem. This could be a problem. It goes up here, then in here, which is not very forested, that in here, and up here. I'm not really sure just how many palm jacks we can run here, but it is very possible to mine this oil patch right between the biters. I'm just going to add these overlay tags just to show in which chunks the biters are, because they are not in this chunk. It only matters where the nests are. They are over here. And then here we've got this one is the closest by, I suppose. We do have nests in this chunk. This one is a nest. So these are the most close by chunks with biter bases. That means we have a 5x5 area. Not quite, except this chunk down here. Maybe this is the limiting factor then. I don't know, we'll have to see. I think that we can pump a lot of this oil without us getting noticed by the biters. Yeah, if you think about it like that, it's actually very easy, right? If you go for this achievement, because you don't push evolution by destroying biter bases. You don't need to spend a lot of resources on killing biter bases. So yeah, it sounds a lot easier than just playing normal default settings, right? If you just count the advantages. There's a ton. Why is there no good resource patches here? Man, look at this, all this empty area. That could have been good resources for us. Oh, it's another biter island, potentially. Probably it's just a peninsula as well. Let me out! Some forests are very easy to traverse now, but other forests, especially those which have a lot of fallen trees, there you can really get stuck in. Yeah, I think we are way too far out already. I think I just should go back, really. Back is not this direction. Back is the other direction. Looks like we're going here. That's the pitfall of using the speed up mod. It doesn't feel like walking to that corner takes a lot of time, but it does. So yeah, we're speeding up the game. We're not speeding up the walking speed, it's the actual... Whoa! Right. Sorry for that. For those of you who are listening as a nice zen background sound. But that was entirely unintended. Like I was saying, the game is sped up by 2 times, not just me. So those biters attacked me twice as fast. And that was almost the end of me. And of course I didn't save yet since the beginning. We have autosave though, that is why I enabled autosave, I suppose. Spilled all the magazines on the ground. Okay, no more magazines on the ground. Right, that is a sign that we were definitely far enough up there. And do you have a beer at hand? Hydrate. No, I have coffee again. I will also do the... I guess I should do a quick get up and stretch. I just started, so... this is going to be a shorter one. Alright. That's enough knowledge of this terrain. Already way too much. Alright, I'll quickly get up a bit and stretch my back. Yeah, we're definitely enough far out here. We just backfill this and then we head the last side over here. Good oil on this side, not too many other good resources, but several oil patches which we can use. At least 3 by the looks of it. Maybe some iron as well here and there. Copper though, I didn't see any copper we can take here at all. Alright. I'll let you just explore the map a little bit while I stretch. And that doesn't make it much better, does it? I'll just focus in on the new part here. Yeah, we have to go to Vulcanus for artillery, that's correct. This says Space Age. Right, yeah. So, for those of you who quickly want to have a look at the mod list, it's over here. The main thing is speed control, which lets me speed up the game. Grid lines, to see the grids, which you can also see when the game is paused. And stats GUI, which shows the playtime, evolution factor, and the current day in Factorio. All of that information is also available. For instance, the playtime, you can just look over here. And biter evolution, you can see when you hover over a biter base with the cursor. So nothing is game changing here. It is the only thing that's supposedly game changing is the speed up mod, but like you just saw, it definitely tends to make the game more difficult rather than easier, at least if you have my reaction time. It does make it less grindy though, which is why I'm using it. Whee! Man, especially that exploring to the south is super dangerous, even with just one hotbar. I want to change the hotbar to something which doesn't have all these blueprints, because I keep mouse overing over those. I do want to have this ready at all times though. Anything else? I suppose I'll copy the pipes as well. Alright. Gleba, yeah, Gleba, I don't know, the soundtrack is so chill. The Gleba soundtrack is really super chill. But the Gleba experience definitely is one of the most frustrating ones, at least in the beginning. I had such a hard time getting used to Gleba. In my new player experience, I still remember it. I still really don't want to think about how to handle spoilage in this run, and getting stuff up to a size which is approximately, well, at least a couple times bigger than a normal game, right? Since we have to go to everything costs 1,000 times the size. I think we're stuck here. Yeah, we're stuck. No, we're not. There's just a worm there, no biters. Okay, we might be stuck here. Okay, there's no big biters yet, so I can survive getting attacked, as you just witnessed. But still, I would rather not get attacked. So where am I going? Okay, I'm backfilling this, so I should first go to the left, I suppose. Gleba is like hit or miss. Some people really like it, other people not so much. I'm kinda in the middle, so I don't really hate the spoilage mechanic, but I also don't like it. I don't really like it. It's okay, but yeah, it's not my favorite part of the game, that's for sure. Exploring in 2 times speed to the south. I'm really feeling ballsy today. Giant cliff blocks me from going further. I want to know everything though, so I will go there. Can I? Can I even? There's an expansion in the way as well. Alright. So theoretically there is good iron here. Good iron here. But it's pretty protected. Especially this base is super gigantic. If I'm considering taking this, maybe I should take a look, but I think this is going to be off limits. These bases are too big. We are pretty far away, but there is no forest at all. Almost no forest at all, like a couple trees only. So we cannot really mine this very efficiently while keeping the pollution away from these biters, which we cannot neutralize. It's already a nest this size is questionable, I suppose. Yeah, okay, but we're just going further. Yeah, we did all the calculations. One of the things we can save resources on is indeed taking resources from space. If we do that, we only need if we do that and rare miners for slower resource drain, etc, etc, we technically would need only 50 million iron, but probably more. I've kind of turned around on the rare mining drills, since they don't really give me the advantage I think I originally thought they would. Like, for instance, with 66% resource drain, can I count this like a 2.7 million copper patch? It kind of depends if I can mine the entire patch, right? The rare quality miners only start doing anything after a normal quality miner would have mined out. After a normal quality miner would have mined out the entire area beneath it, only then a rare quality miner will start to have effect by still being able to mine from that spot. But before that point in time, if a normal miner would have never run out of resources in the first place, there actually would not have been a difference between using a rare quality miner or a normal one. So that means for the rich resource patches far out, the rare quality miners actually are unlikely to make a difference. Okay, let's try to get up there. We'll go double speed again. Dance with the medium worms. Dance. There are a ton of mods which add like refrigeration and other things to kind of neutralize the... I can go down, but not if this guy is down here. Now, go, 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 go. But in the base game, they on purpose did not add anything like that, as far as I know. Okay, go up, go up, go up. Yeah, rare miners will help keep throughput for longer, especially at ore patches closer to the base. So if I want to go rare miners, I probably should try to mine the very rich ore patches far away from the base first, rather than... Okay, I'm not going up there. Like for instance, let's go a little bit further away from those spitters. We've got this 24 million iron patch here, right? But thanks to these biters, I probably won't be able to take more than, let's say, maximum 1 yellow belt of iron from it for the entire game. Let's just actually calculate that, because I've been just calculating the entire resource patch's worth for anything nearby, which I think is fair. You could say we will mine up this entire 6 million patch eventually, because we can mine it at full speed, because there's nothing nearby to attack us. But we definitely cannot just mine up this 24 million iron patch here. Because if I take more than, let's say, 1 yellow belt of iron, I don't know exactly how much, but let's just say 1 yellow belt, I'm going to pollute these biters and they will attack the mine, and the mine will be undefended as per the challenge of the rules of the challenge. Which means I can take like 900 iron per minute of this 24 million patch. How many hours is that before it runs out? So let's say it's 1,000 iron per minute, and there is like 24,000 in there, which means 24,000 minutes. Let's round that up to 30,000 minutes. That is 500 hours. Okay, it's actually 500 hours is like not out of the realm of possibility, I suppose, but still 500 hours is a very, very, very long time. My entire 10,000 signs per minute megabase playthrough, where we did 10k SPM on a purely belt-based base, took like 200-ish hours to complete. So I can take 1 yellow belt of iron for this for like 500 hours or so before it runs out. So only if I'll be mining iron from this patch for longer than 500 hours, the rare quality miners will have an effect, I suppose. For the rest of the time though, if I don't mine for 500 hours, normal quality miners will do exactly the same job as rare quality miners, because you don't get a productivity bonus out of it like you do with the mining productivity technology, right? Yeah, I intend to never get attacked because we don't have anything that can potentially kill an attack. Like, now we can, but we'll reach behemoth biters like in early green science, and those are just unkillable for us. We also don't do defensive turrets, so no flamethrower turrets, no base defense, basically. Looks like we need to go around this cliff. Okay, so let me just quickly... I'll switch to the thumbnail real quick. Like this, right? So these are the pure rules of the challenge. We've got 1000 times science multiplier on purely default settings, and we need to get the hands clean achievement, meaning we cannot kill any biter base until artillery. We don't do base defense, and we don't eat fish in combat. So no turrets. If the base gets attacked, I obviously can respond myself, like in the same way I've been neutralizing the bases with my own personal stack of turrets. But we cannot have a stationary defense. A nice tiny copper patch. That's so tiny I missed it. Ah, over here. Still gonna be pretty hard to take though. I guess 1, 2, 3, 4. We might be able to mine that. After efficiency modules, like with 2 miners or something. I think this grassland terrain absorbs about a pollution a minute. So if there is no force, so if this empty tile absorbs 1 pollution a minute, the 4 tiles around it can absorb like another 4 pollution a minute, another 4 pollution a minute, and then the next layer of chunks is like 8 chunks, that's 12 pollution a minute. I think minimum pollution miners do 2 pollution a minute. So technically I think we can put like 6 miners on here, which is probably all that fits, and we won't aggro these biters in this nest because they are 1, 2, like 3 chunks, 4 chunks away or so. We can mine this. This is definitely going to save the game. 22,000 22,000 copper. Do you know how many copper that would be on normal settings without 1000 times science multiplier? 22. 22 copper for science. In terms of normal progress. But yeah, still, it's a little bit. And we might need every little bit. Looks like we have finally completely scouted out the north. I don't think if we can even explore past here. We might be able to get through here actually. Maybe we'll poke our heads up there just to see what's there. There's a bit of coal. We have so much, we have plenty of coal everywhere. There's so much coal on this map. It is just not really important to really mark it all out. Yeah, I think I should actually exclude the rare miners from the calculations because they give a way too optimistic view of the situation. Perhaps not though. I think no wait. If I get rare quality miners, I can just use them on the home patches. And this I should classify different, right? So it's gonna, let's say, it's gonna have a belt tag because it's beltable without combat. But instead of saying 24 million like I've been doing for the other ones, I just should just say like ×1. For instance, this is like 1 yellow belt of resources, which will never run out. 500 hours. This is 500 hours of 1 belt of iron. I should treat this like infinite resources really. Infinite resources but at a limited rate. Basically just like oil. I think that is the way to go about these distant resources here. I have to refine this 500 hours though. That was like a napkin order of magnitude calculations that might be far off. So technically, quality miners, they are worth it. They are worth it. There were the deviation. Okay, I need to dance with this worm over here without aggroing the biters there. I'm already failing. I don't think we'll find anything of value up here, actually. But it's a water border. So we gotta know what's there. Let's poke our head into this chunk as well. Yes, it's gonna be another exploring stream. We need to finish the exploration of last time. I thought I could get it done in one stream, but apparently I get distracted too much or something. Don't exactly know what's going on. Okay, let's see if I can dance with this worm in 2 times speed. I don't think so. Okay, if he spends a lot of time screaming, a lot of time barking, and not a lot of time attacking, I might get away with that. So thank you, medium worm. Alright, here's this another big base. Alright, that's good. It's actually good. For the time we need to explore. Not really for my prospect on resources. But this appears to be... I don't think there's going to be... It looks like there's big water over here. I don't know, you never can tell. It always looks like something, but if you go explore, you often find out it does not look like as you thought it was. We're finding a new expansion over here. It's not on the map just yet. You can see there's no biters in those chunks. If I cross this line, suddenly there will be. You can see them pop on the map right here. If in 3, 2, 1, go. There they are. Alright, so where are we going now then? I think we just follow the coastline and try to explore behind these medium nests a bit. See what's up here. There's some coal as well. Walk behind enemy lines here a bit. And then we go back to the base and start making our resource plan. Car. I actually feel like, yeah, the car would not be very useful here, actually. There's way too many forests everywhere for the car to easily drive through. Also the car is 100,000 signs plus 200,000 signs plus 100,000 signs. It's like 500,000 red and green sign specs away, which is probably approximately as far as behemoth biters are away. Maybe. So yeah, it would cost us everything to unlock the car, basically. Oh, I see another expansion pop up, so I cannot sneak through there. It's just a single biter base. Yeah, that's not a big expansion. There we got like 2 spitter bases, no worms, a biter base, no worm. Are you going for the flamethrower? Yes, but not for the reasons you may be thinking. We found out the handheld flamethrower is an excellent self-defense device. So if I ever encounter a behemoth biter group with like up to 20 biters in the behemoth biter area composition, I could still actually defend myself with the handheld flamethrower. Unfortunately, for our purposes, the flamethrower turrets are not going to be useful. First of all, we cannot have base defense, and for the neutralizing of the bases, I cannot use the flamethrowers because the area of effect attack would basically just kill all the nests, as well as the worms. Even with priorities, the area of effect attack is just to... can I walk past here? Maybe. The area of effect attack just takes out everything. It's a little bit tight getting past here. Let's see what's up here then. Nothing. Another coal patch. So we have 2 coal patches on this peninsula. This is with Space Age, yes. I'm just hoping if I go past in 2 times speed, they won't have time to react, but that's obviously not how it works. I don't know what I'm doing. I hope today won't be only walking. I hope at the end of the day, at the second part of today's stream, we can do a resource tally and start to decide which resources we want to claim later in the game. And I suppose then we can make a lot of pipes again, so we can protect those resources, as well as the pathways between the resources and the base. I think we're gonna research landfill though. I think landfill will be immensely valuable in being able to bring resources home over the water instead of through biter expansion infested lands. Yeah, more pipes. So far we have placed we have placed 39, let's call that 40,000, right? 39,946 pipes have been placed on the map already. And I deconstructed 1,000 pipes which I misplaced in biter bases because I'm an idiot. It does absolutely not matter if you misplace pipes when you are protecting or when you are trying to neutralize the biter bases, but somehow I just cannot not do it. What is here? 2 medium worms, a spitter spawner. Kind of would like to get past that. Maybe I'll just neutralize this nest. I have like 800 magazines on me, should be enough to take out those medium worms. I'm gonna make a save. Hey, save 100. Yeah, I did. The thing is with the rare quality modules, they can be unlocked in the red and green science era. And after that we still got millions of signs to go through, so it is definitely worth it. Millions of blue signs as well. The blue signs pack by itself is about 2.5 times as expensive as a red and green signs pack combined. So in the blue tech era, the technologies will get over 3 times as expensive in resources. And the quality module, though expensive, is still only red and green technology. Basically, you just go up to red chips, modules, and then we want the efficiency module anyway. So efficiency module is going to be a pivot point. We can produce way more pollution. We can extract way more resources from between the biters after we have efficiency modules. Productivity modules we want for in the labs. That's like a huge save on resources for a little bit of extra power cost. So we might as well get the quality modules as well at that point and unlock the rare quality to get the rare quality miners. And perhaps some other rare quality stuff would be useful as well. Haven't really given it too much thought just yet beyond the miners. So yeah. I'm going to neutralize that, so let's switch to this hotbar. Basically need only place a couple pipes right here. +1 on this worm. We can try out our new turrets. They should be able to neutralize medium spitters now. So I'm just going to try to distract these worms with a turret more close by and then just take them out with... I suppose I'll try 2 lines of turrets actually, because they take 100 magazines each at this point. Yeah, let's do this. And I will just put the first 2 turrets out here. Try to aggro these spitters and then just rush in. But yeah, also my turrets looks like they're extremely damaged, so that is not great. Right. Alright, here they come. Oh, that is painful. I'm kind of wondering, I think if once they lock onto a target, they won't switch anymore. So even the ones which are prioritizing the spitters, once they have the medium worm as a target, they will continue shooting at the medium worm until the medium worm is dead. So maybe I should make some turrets which do not target the worms. On the other hand, I do want them to target the worms if they don't have anything else to do, so I guess I'll just leave it like this. Alright. It's only 2% chance to spawn a medium spitter at this point. And those guys take 2 bullets to shoot, so... yeah, right now... there's nothing to do. There's still a worm awake somewhere. Oh, hello. Alright. That should be that. Didn't lose any turrets. Mostly we didn't lose any ammo. That is what really matters. Let's switch on artificial steel X again by enabling 2 times speed. I cannot wait to get actual steel X though. Actual steel X would definitely be great. Alright, so now we can walk past here. I don't really need to take out that worm. There's some iron on the edge here as well. Need to do another little bit of dancing. Okay, this iron actually might be takeable. It depends where the nests are here. Okay, everywhere. In these 3 chunks, but I thought it would be in this chunk. 1, 2, there's hardly anything really. The biters are a distraction, but I mean for a nest this small it doesn't matter. But when you're trying to take on a big nest like this one, it definitely matters. All the attacks from the biters and spitters, they will take out many of your turrets, I suppose. Especially if you're like firing only at medium worms for like a minute straight, because those things take like 100 magazines of 100 magazines per medium worm at the rate of 1 magazine per second. That's 100 100 seconds of shooting over a minute and a half for a single turret to kill a medium worm. That is not negligible. So if you're taking on a nest with like 10 or 20 medium worms, that is that is like over half an hour of turret shooting time combined. I want to go there. Can you let me? Will you let me? Looks like they let me. Alright, pop my head over there. There is a plan to build something eventually, yes. This is not just a meme playthrough. I do actually intend to win this. That all hinges on my new expansion experiments being successful, which definitely is not a guarantee. Right, we're stuck here. We can physically not explore further. Let's try to dodge back down there then. This is yeah. Boring or grindy, call it what you will. I'm gonna make an edited series out of this though. So, not out of the stream, I will make an actual like fully edited series like I usually do from this one. But I'm planning to cover a lot of ground per episode, naturally, for a series like this. Not like Factorio or like the Ultimate Dead World Challenge, where the first 10 episodes was the first 10 hours of the game. Here I think after 2 episodes we'll be ready to build a factory, so that means, I don't know, 30, 40, I don't know, 50 hours in 2 episodes. Something like that. I'm writing the script for it as we go along in the stream. And I just will re-record. That's why I'm making like a ton of saves. I can then go back to every point and re-record sections in high quality instead of stream quality. And also with less zooming and better catching on camera what should be on there, that kind of stuff. But yeah, eventually we're gonna build something. Not today though. I don't think today. Today we're gonna do exploring and a resource tally. Look what is available on the map, and then we can estimate how many resources do we need to take from the map. Is there enough to plausibly do anything impressive enough to, to be able to beat this in less than 1,000 hours? Alright, I do not want to go further there. I cannot explore forever. I have only until 50% evolution. And we still need to produce a bunch of stuff, mostly pipes of course. So that's gonna produce a lot more pollution. So a red and green science pack combined is 10 resources. 7.5 iron and 2.5 copper. So the quality technology by itself at 500,000 should be 5 million resources, 3.75 million iron and 1.25 million copper, I think. It's not a lot of video editing because I'm not gonna go through the recordings here. It's gonna, yeah, like I said, I'm just going to write the script according to my experience. I might put like funny clips of the stream. I might put those in the actual edit, but I'm not going to like. Yeah, I'm just gonna purposefully re-record sections which should go in the video. It's a bit dangerous section here. Where am I? I'm still up here. So let's try to stay far out. This oil is definitely not takeable. It's literally in the same chunk as those spitters right there. Even with the best efficiency modules in the world. Alright, good iron, but it does not seem very plausible that we can ever take this. I could sneak through here. Potentially. Oh, there's a medium biter in the forest. I didn't see that guy. Hopefully we don't have to sneak back through that same opening. Let's go 1.5 times speed. If I go 2 times, every time I get into a dangerous situation and I go back to 1 time. Maybe 1.5 time will be the sweet spot. Am I stuck? No, we can go through. Okay, we're not gonna go further north. Are we? There's behemoth worms here. There's copper there, but no, I cannot get through that. There is no way. Didn't find anything good yet on this side of the map so far. But if we don't find any good resources, that just means it's gonna be good enemy expansion then, because we're gonna leave it to the biters to take over. Alright, looks like we are stuck. Does that mean I need to go... Yeah, that means I need to go back through the same gap, which is kind of horrifying. Oh wait, where was this gap? Was it this gap? Okay, that was not as horrifying. Oh no, it was this gap. Maybe we can go through here. That would be safer if there's nothing over there. Yeah, that looks like a better passage. Fulgora is not really feasible without elevated rails, which is purple technology. I remember very well from the new player experience, because I failed to research that. And then I went to Fulgora as my first planet, crash landed with nothing, and did not have elevated rails. Luckily I did have logistics system, and I happened to find a rich resource island just close by enough a big land mainland in order to transfer the scrap from the mines with bots. But yeah, I would not recommend going to Fulgora without elevated rails. I mean, we don't need to set up 1,000 times the usual science packs, right? Like a normal setup would, let's say a normal setup is 45 signs a minute with blue assemblers. We're not going to set up 45,000 signs per minute. That's just infeasible. I hope to start at 900 SPM and build it out to 1800 for red and green. I already think 1800 for blue signs is going to be beyond our capabilities. Just in terms of resource requirements, both we're going to create tons of pollution, and we might not even have enough ore patches available to be able to mine the amount of resources per second that we need for 1800 blue signs per minute. It's going to be like 30 bells of resources, I think. 40 bells of resources, actually. Alright, I thought I could go through here, but looks like no. We'll go around again. Still haven't found anything worth going for on this side. I really liked Fulgora though. I think it's my favorite planet out of the new ones. I know everybody likes Vulcanus. I do like the Demolishers. I do like the atmosphere of Vulcanus. I just think it's a little bit too easy to get everything on Vulcanus compared to the other planets. Gleba is very hard, or at least in the beginning, until you learn how to deal with spoilage, but that is an interesting twist. Fulgora is... well, it's not super hard. It's also different, but it's at least it's different in the known Factorio way. You have known elements to deal with. You start with blue chips, and to get green chips you need to recycle those. Vulcanus though, yeah, the liquid metal is pretty nice. I mean, the foundries as well, they are super powerful, but in general, it's a little bit too easy to set up like big, like infinite resources on Vulcanus. Also, the science pack is pretty simple. Of course, you need to fight the Demolisher to get tungsten, but the science pack itself is very cheap and very simple to make, especially compared to Fulgora. I tried to speed up, but looks like my keyboard combinations are not working. Alright, so this was like a band of nests with no way through, I remember. I also cannot really explore this from this side. I think I'll first go here, try to get up here, and maybe backfill this. If not, we can maybe peek through there. Let's go down. I think, of course, we're going to have like 1,000 times less calcite in terms of research progress available on Vulcanus, but even with that, I think we can still get pretty far before we really need to fight like medium demolishers to get more. But yeah, the fact that Vulcanus it's easy to set up infinite resources. Not an infinite flow, but an infinite amount of resources overall. That makes it exceptionally suitable for this challenge. Also, the artillery technology is unlocked on Vulcanus, so that would be another reason to go there first. It looks like we found a way through. But not completely, because now we are blocked here. I can get through still, there's only a worm. Okay, we cannot get through there either. I probably should not go over to look there. I think I will anyway. It's another expansion, there's small worms in there. Those don't spawn this far out naturally. Yeah, I think so too. On Vulcanus, probably it's a great idea to just reset up all science packs there. And as well as purple and yellow science. I think, I'm not sure the oil, how the oil scales on Vulcanus. I guess technically it's infinite as well. Oh wait, there's a bunch of biters down there. I'm stuck behind this cliff then. I'm stuck behind this cliff unless I balls my way through here, which might end okay. I don't have so many that I don't save before I do that though. I think we can sneak through here. Just hug the cliff. Alright, we did it. You need a lot of coal for liquefaction. But that's only for like heavy oil and light oil, right? And wait, you need petroleum gas for plastics as well. You get the sulfuric acid for free, but you cannot really break that down back into petroleum gas, I suppose. Okay, we need to do it once more. Okay, we need to go out. I suppose we'll walk around this nest again. And try to make our way down to the next part. And depending on how much water is here, we might be done actually with exploring. That would be nice. I cannot go through here. What am I doing? I'm reading chat, that's what I'm doing. Let me first not die by biters. This was the scary gap again. So why am I going here again? There's a medium biter hiding in the forest there. So I cannot come too close. Just about possible. Power on Vulcanus hard without turbines. Oh no, I just did steam power last time. Steam power basically, like, I think basically infinite as well. Of course you need to sacrifice sulfuric acid for this, but you can also still go solar, right? With the 400% power in atmosphere thing. But yeah, we don't have that much space on Vulcanus, I suppose. Although taking out all the small demolishers will give us a large territory. Large enough to set up some solar panels, I suppose. You also can get the turbines on Gleba with the heating tower technology. I think we'll dash into this side for now. But that's Gleba, of course, so we won't be going there. Yeah, we're probably just gonna do the minimum, close to the minimum amount of technology possible here on Northeast to get off the planet. So we won't have the space to... We won't have the resources to research nuclear power at 800,000 or 1 million blue science packs in addition to all the other things we need. And also, while I think my strategy is good enough to be very likely to last us long enough to leave the planet, it's not going to be functional indefinitely. At some point it will crack. There is like some randomness and some weird stuff. It's not going to last for forever. At some point it probably will get cracked by some oversight here or there, or some weird way the game handles some situation which does something weird with some of the mobile biters. We need to go on the other side of the lake. Fresh start. I basically did fresh start. No, that's not true. I did fresh. Yeah, I did a start with nothing on every planet, but of course I did bring the technologies which already were unlocked. So, but I believe there's a mod for that, right? Which does a fresh start on any planet and alters the tech tree in a way that you can actually start without technology as well. Okay, we might have found a good oil actually. Let's explore around it. There's a pretty good oil over here. 12. Oh, it's only 1200% though, so that's not great. Alright, I'll do a little bit of I'll try to do a little bit of focused exploration. This is a guide on how not to play Factorio, I would say. Also, for those of you who wish to play along with this playthrough, please don't. Don't do this to yourself. The only reason I'm doing it is, well, Factorio now has become my full-time gig after I was laid off from the job in December 23, and I decided to just go all in on this Factorio, on this content creator thing, making videos, picking up streams on the side. So I have the time to invest now, right? I can justify investing the time in a playthrough like this, but like if you have like a normal job and stuff, this is just don't do this, man. If you have like an hour or 2 hours to play every evening or something, you don't want to play like a month of Factorio without making any progress at all. Yeah, what was your job? I was doing translation work for an internet web shop. And no, I didn't lose my job to ChatGPT. I lost my chat to cheaper Polish Dutch students, because of course, who can better translate products to Dutch than Polish people, right? Nothing against Polish people, but it is a little bit weird to... It would be very weird if I was hired to translate products into Polish, at least, even if I was studying Polish, right? Okay, where am I even going? I should have done a better job exploring this area. I guess we can zigzag back on this side. And the translations would be a little bit less polished. Well, probably they're going to be very polished now. Oh god. I can sneak under here. One day before building stuff. I think that is pretty accurate. I have a feeling as well. Sunday should be a building stream. That is my goal. I try to have the Sunday streams hit interesting moments. And the Friday streams interesting moments as well. And do the boring stuff on the weekdays. I just didn't finish in time. Might try to explore that single chunk, I don't know. Yeah, this is a good iron source. This is a good oil. Potentially there is a way to bring that back to the base as well. So we got oil, iron. That's not bad. Suppose we go back this way and fill this up a bit. And then try to explore the last of stuff over there. Copper isn't too bad. Which copper? Copper. Ah, this copper. Yeah, actually, yeah. That's actually pretty decent as well. We got a little bit of a problem over here. But the biters are in this chunk. They are not in this chunk, not in this chunk. This nest, again, 5 by 5. Center point is here, which means it's in the northern chunk. Rather than in the southern one. Now that I check that, let's add attack on that. So my copper is in this chunk. And in this chunk. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The sixth chunk, but it's all like bare chunks, no forests. It might as well be desert terrain. The grassland and the desert terrain by itself does not differ that much. It is mostly the trees which absorb pollution. So bare terrain is bad. Like it will take this iron much longer to spread through this forest than it will take this copper to pollute these biters over here. I really haven't thought beyond leaving this planet just yet. My entire strategy hinges on leaving this planet and then hoping everything will be alright on Vulcanus. I haven't even thought about any of the potential pitfalls on Vulcanus just yet. I just think, hey, infinite resources, even though not technically infinite. And maybe practically not too, we'll have to wait and see. But at least my biter problems will be over after hitting Vulcanus. Coal will be the limitation. Okay. Probably sneak through here. Backfill that last little bit of blackness up there. I might find a giant 20 million iron or copper patch in here. Or we might just find some empty grassland. That's okay too. Say a word for your home country. Pannenkoek. Alright, so with a little bit of luck, my northeast base will still be functional after we reach Vulcanus. Of course, I won't be here to respond to any biter attacks, but we should not have any biter attacks, at least not for a while. Another empty peninsula. There could have been a nice, good, fat resource patch on this peninsula, don't you think? Which I could have easily taken. That would have been a great place for it, and I could just belt it straight into my base over the water after landfill. Hey, oil. I already found this oil. Alright. Gleba has a bunch of really good technologies, yeah, I agree. Coal synthesis basically gives you unlimited coal from space, though at a very slow rate. I noticed in my new player experience, where I reset up all the science packs on Fulgora, including military science. I don't think I'm brave enough to go through that gap. Looks like we go up first a bit to backfill this area. Gleba is scary as well though because of the enemies, which also do expand. And I don't know much about Gleban enemy expansion just yet. I know you can disable it. I heard you can disable it with by landfilling in the chunks, because they only settle in some certain terrain, but I'm not entirely sure of that. Pistol. It's just gun, yeah, right? The pistol. I can read the alphabet, but I only recognize the word if they have some resemblance with any of the languages I know. You don't have to landfill the entire chunks, okay. Can I share a red link here? You can try. It probably will be automatically blocked. I did see not all of the chunks were valid for expansion on Gleba. They're not all valid on Norvis as well. Chunks with less than 10% land in them are not valid expansion chunks. So if we look here, all these chunks are not valid because they don't have at least 10% water. This chunk is valid, this has enough land, but this one does not. So there's no circle on here. So I suppose on Gleba it works the same, but somewhat in the opposite way. I think we're almost full circle. We started exploring here, so we're really on the last little bits of exploration. Come on, give me 1.5 times. No car yet, no nothing yet. Just gun turrets. Just gun turrets, that's all I have. Let's take a look at my tech list. This is my tech list. And this is the technologies we have completed. Automation science, because you get it for free once you craft a lab. Electronics, after 10 copper. Steam power, after 50 iron. Automation, which costs actual science packs, but is excluded from the multiplier. And then we've got gun turrets, which is 10,000 science. We hand-fed our way to gun turrets, and then since that point we are preparing the map for the entire game. This is a really weird playthrough in which we need to do all of the preparation before we do all of the factory building. Because of biter evolution, we're basically unable to deal with anything related to biters after behemoth biters. And now in the early game after big biters at 50% evolution, we're already at 40%. So we don't have too much time left to do all the things we need to do, but we're also pretty far done. Exploration is almost finished, and then we can start selecting and securing the resources we want to claim in the late game, I suppose. Okay, we might just connect to the land down there. Yes, but we cannot get through. There's biters everywhere. They seem to be grouped up a lot more than usual, I have the feeling. And maybe not though, maybe it's just in my mind. Will you research today? No. I think Sunday we'll be starting to build a factory and start to research stuff. And then we'll find out, then we'll actually see why I postponed building a base and researching for so long. Because that's just going to increase the evolution factor like 10 to 20 times faster as it's increasing at the moment. Because pollution is a very important driver of enemy evolution. And making 1,000 times the science specs required to compared to a normal game generates 1,000 times as much pollution. There's just no way around it. Look at this, man. What the heck? Where am I? This would be a nice starting area to start a new game. A nice friendly spawn. Maybe it's not in my mind that biters group up a lot more these days. But maybe it is. Randomness is random. Random spread doesn't mean that all of them are equally spread out. That would be just as weird. It's expected to have clumpy results in the mix as well. So let's not draw conclusions too quickly. Posted it on Discord, that's an excellent idea. Let's go faster again. Looks like we are just fully blocked off here in the south. Yeah, there's no way we can explore further. That's completely blocked off. Yeah, let the music kick in. Man, the music is so good. Okay, we cannot get through here either. No, there's no way. I'm not even gonna poke my head up there. We have to go back and around. I learned more from you yapping than from the tutorial level. I don't know about that. I suppose I'm teaching a lot of stuff which is useless in any normal type of game. all kinds of weird, quirky mechanics and consequences of those mechanics that you can find on my channel. But anything like, you know how to build 4 belts of blue chips? No. That's other people's territory. Okay, this is fully backed up. I suppose we'll take another look in here. And then we'll call it quits for the exploration phase. Can we sneak up? Oh, we might be able to sneak by. Barely. The factory is gonna be huge. And we're gonna build it in a very weirdly specific way. Again. We might prepare that as today as well. Okay, where are we now? Should not go too far out. Yeah, efficiency modules, extremely OP. If you don't like fighting biters, just beeline efficiency modules, put them in all your miners, and then also put them in all your assemblers. And you can play the entirety of Factorio on like a single stack of steam engines. Until like after purple yellow signs, I suppose. Those you probably want to productivity module. But efficiency modules have long been left at. No, it was either. What do you use in your factory? Speed modules or productivity modules? It was never efficiency modules. No, everybody thinks they're useless, but they're actually, in my opinion, they're the most powerful Mark 1 module. And not Mark 2 or Mark 3 though, they taper off quite quickly, but for Mark 1 modules, if I had to choose any one, I would go with efficiency every time. Except on a biterless world, I suppose. Okay, why do I have... Speed doesn't matter at all in the early game. It is cheaper in terms of everything to just build more machines than it is to use speed modules early on. Productivity modules in the the first candidate for productivity modules would maybe be the blue science packs. The labs are great early on with productivity. Blue science, you can use it on blue science, but anything below that, it's just not worth it to get the extra pollution, the extra power cost out of the penalties for the productivity module Mark 1. Don't get me wrong, productivity module Mark 1 is a strong module. It is a strong module for sure. I'm just saying the actual difference it makes early on when everything is still cheap, it's not that great. I went again a bit further out than I should have gone. Right. Where are we now? There's actually a lot of resources here. Might want to take a closer look at this area in general still. Looks like I skipped and I went south first. I mean, on the labs it's great. It's basically you need almost 8% less resources to research anything, and on the labs the extra pollution cost doesn't exist. Basically the negative effects are negated on the labs mostly. It costs a bit of extra power, which costs a little bit of extra coal in your boilers, but the direct effect, like on miners or something, or on assembly machines, is not there. Whereas Mark 1 efficiency modules, they single-handedly bring pollution down to 1/5 of the normal level, as well as power requirements. think we're far enough out here. Should I go down a little bit more? Probably not. Like 3 efficiency modules in a miner and it's minus 80% pollution. Which means if you get attacked at all, the attacks will be 5 times smaller than they were before. Which saves you actually a lot of resources defending your base. If you are defending. But often eliminates the need to defend your base completely. Looks like we're exploring here now. It's the same in this playthrough. My first module is going to be efficiency. And then immediately after that it's going to be productivity for the labs. Potentially for blue science, but it depends on the level at which we're making pollution and how close we are to polluting the biters. Speed modules are probably going to ignore those for a lot longer. Probably quality modules then is the third module I'll research. It looks like I have kind of walked myself into a corner here as well. Yeah, okay, let's just go back up. What a snaky way is this, right? How is this possible? Like, such a long snake way, completely like bordered by biter bases. Maybe it's in my mind, maybe it's not. Speed modules are nice for oil pumps after they are fully depleted. I'm not entirely sure of this, but I believe it's like when an oil source starts. Let's say it starts at 1000%, it will slowly deplete over time to a minimum of 200%, and that's the minimum for the rest of the game. If you put like 100% speed bonus in there, you're gonna have 400% oil for the rest of the game. So that really makes a big difference. I suppose we're going around now, if we can. But I believe in that transition period, if you use speed modules, you also just deplete the oil faster. So unless you're actually using up all that oil, it's not really doing much. Like if you're just storing the oil, I guess it still makes you reach the minimum earlier, so yeah, you will have a little bit extra. Yeah, we are too far out. It's behemoth worm territory again. Yeah, in the real late game, efficiency modules are pointless, I agree. And this we cannot take either. Efficiency for space is actually also pretty nice. Okay, I was hoping I could get through there, but I might just walk myself into a corner. I think we just have to go back. Let's just go back. Go look where these resources are, follow this a bit, and then we're done. Then we're just done with exploring. Right, I'll try to speed up the game and walk back a little faster. I really looked at these forest parts, man. That's really nice. This big forest part ends at a lake. It's a bit weird, but okay. We have 41% evolution already. I think we hit 40% at the start of the stream though, so whoa, relax, go back to normal speed. We have to do some fine-tuned forest travel here to avoid getting bitten or behind off. Yeah, it's a toggle. I'm speeding up time if I can. The problem is I also want to read chat, and if I speed up time, I walk myself into a biter base in 0.2 seconds. Alright, here's also just biter bases. Back up we go. I should look if there's a mod that just allows you to play all tracks from the entire game on shuffle. Regardless of the planet you're on. That would be great. Now I'm just copying Space Age music into the default Factorio folder and just renaming the tracks. Which works. But it's kind of tedious. It was the reason I was late today for the stream. I was trying to add some new music at the last possible moment. Okay, we're at the resources. Let's look around a bit. Where the nearest biters are everywhere around those resources. Do that in hidden settings. I tried that, but I know there's the ambient music mute, randomize all. I suppose we can try it. I think I tried this, but it still kept to the planet. Okay, let's go to the next track. Okay, it even randomizes the main menu theme song in there. Okay, next track. Too long of an intro. Next track. Alright, this is one of the tracks I replaced. Next one. Alright, this is on default Novice track. Next one. Maybe I'm using the wrong setting though, so let me just quickly read through chat if the person meant something different. This I also replaced. I remember this track. Adam said it. Adam, if I used the wrong setting, then let me know. I think it was that one, right? To randomize the music. Alright, we'll go next one again. Until I find a track that I don't recognize. I just added some new music though, so I might not recognize all tracks. This track is from Gleba is also one of the tracks which I replaced. So all of the tracks that have been played are still from the Novice folder. Does it work for you? Okay, I don't recognize this track. Oh, there's even more iron. I'm just walking around now, paying attention to the music instead of looking what I'm actually discovering. That is pretty sweet. Copper, iron, oil. I guess I gotta take my pick here. I cannot mine all of them. That would create too much pollution. But I could definitely could take oil and either iron or copper or coal. Or I don't know. I know this track, yeah, this track, alright. I think I also replaced this track. Alright, I think I cannot really go further here. The cliff is in the way. This one's called Beyond Novice. The tracks actually have titles. In the game folder they're just listed as Vulcanus 1, Vulcanus 2, Vulcanus 3. Only the original Factorio game tracks have titles like Beyond Factory Outskirts and Automation, First Light, etc, etc. On the Steam page, alright. Ah yeah, you can separately buy the soundtrack, right? Maybe I should do that, just to... Even if just to get a better idea of which track is which, because it would help in the editing process a lot. I'm not gonna go further here, I don't think. We're kind of at the limit where we want to be, already beyond probably. Behemoth worms is definitely too far out. I intended to like explore two big worms, maybe a bit further out. Again, 2.5 kilometers from home, from the spawn spot. So where are we going? Suppose we're just connecting to here, backfill this, and then we go home. This is how far we originally explored, and then we stopped. This was the distance from spawn I was supposed to explore, and then I started going further and further and further and further. And now I'm so far out that I kinda have to maybe explore a little bit beyond here as well, just to make it circular again. Okay, here's water. Okay, there's a biter base. I thought I was gonna go through there, but maybe I can still. Where is it? Ah yeah, it's far enough north. I think there's a... music track, the oil industry playing. This is not the oil industry, so that means I replaced this track as well. To the right, Gathering Horizon, Efficiency Program, Main Menu, Swell Pad, Beyond Factory Outskirts, Oil Industry, Crash. Okay, all of the tracks, all of these tracks are from the home folder. Maybe, okay, so this is a fresh installation of Factorio. And I have not visited any of the other planets yet ever in this entire version of the game. So that actually might prevent the other tracks from just being available already, even with this setting. So maybe it works after, like these buttons here, before you unlock the exoskeleton equipment. The toggle exoskeleton button is not available by default. Only after you unlock it for the first time, it's going to be available as a button from the start. I think that is how it works. It might work the same way with the music tracks, apparently. Alright, then I'm just gonna secret setting the way back to how it was. Music. So it might work, but just not on my version yet, because all of the other planets have never been unlocked yet on this installation of Factorio. So this is the default. Ooh, I'm again reading chat and walking straight into a behemoth worm trap. There's copper, but it's useless. Do I even want to go there? Let's just connect it. Oh, this is another one of those horrible forests. What am I getting stuck behind though? Alright, I do not want to explore further out, so we'll just diagonal. Okay, there's water there. We need to see what's there. We'll just diagonal our way back. This is a big water border. I have to know. Just have to know. No, it just turns around and there's more copper on an edge, which is probably unusable. Oil, unusable. Let's just pop it into view then. 4,500%. Yeah, we're far out, but that is just something we will never have access to. Unless we manage to unlock artillery. Then we might. Alright. Backfilling a bit. Yeah, one of the plans is to get rare miners by unlocking quality modules to get some. We'll just put it in some of the miners. We'll put quality modules. We'll just use the normal quality resources to make normal stuff, probably science packs. And then we'll use the higher, like the uncommon and rare quality ingredients we can use to make rare miners, or to roll a chance at rare miners in terms of the uncommon ingredients. And that way we can basically build up our stash of rare miners for free over time. With basically using all the normal stuff for science as we would. And just setting aside the random higher quality stuff for better quality miners. That is kind of the plan if we go for rare miners. Alright, so what do I need to backfill? Just a little bit of area here. I don't think I can get through here at all. So I have to go around. Alright, well, I overexplored way more than was necessary for what I wanted to achieve. On the other hand, this is the good resource spot in general. On the other hand, even far out, we did discover some good locations. Like this is an awesome location. In the south, we have a couple good patches here and there. In the left, we have mostly oil, a couple oil sources, and here in the north, we have mostly nothing. So yeah, we've got a corner for everything. Okay, where am I? Supposed to go down, go up, and go back. And then assess. Hey, thanks NFT. NFT2 for the 6th month subscription, thanks. Patiently positioned for promised pianodons. When did I promise pianodons? I never promised pianodons. Pianodons is way too grindy for me, obviously. Unlike this playthrough. Maybe I should have been playing pianodons instead of this. I definitely won't combine the two challenges, no way. Let's pop down there. Yeah. Okay, I cannot get through there. I suppose we have to go the long way around. I can explore whenever. Behemoth biters is okay to explore as well. The main problem with later exploration is not the biters which might attack you, because I'm not getting attacked now either. The problem is they will be settling expansions everywhere, and there just won't be enough space to walk between the nests later on. And they will also settle on and near our resources or any future ore patches, which makes it impossible for us to ever mine those. So that's why we have to do all the exploration now. And after this we go protect the resources which we want to have access to later in the game. Because if we don't, they will of course still expand on top of all these resources later on. But with a little bit of luck we can deny the biters from like demotivate the biters from settling near the resources we want, which would make the late game possible. Right, that was the last chunk I probably want to explore. That's it. I think the exploration is fully done. And I'm just gonna go back to the base, I suppose. I do have some pipes on me. Not a lot, but maybe it would be a good idea to already protect this area. Since we're here now anyway. Because I don't know what exactly I'm gonna claim here, but I'm pretty sure I'm wanting to claim some stuff over here. Alright, let's save here. Exploration done. Holy moly, that was a whole bunch of walking. I should have installed like a step counter mod, like one of those wristwatches for Factorio guy which counts steps. I think he burned a lot of calories already this playthrough. Literally all the land has been explored by just walking Factorio guy into proximity. No radars, no nothing. All of it was manually walked on foot, no car, no train, no radar, no spiders, no nothing. Definitely lag day today. Alright. So, should I protect this area now, or should I just go back to the base and do it properly? There is an oil source here. There is nothing else here except an oil source. Stone and coal we don't really care about. It's a very long way to get oil back to the base. We also have to snake our way through all of this. And then we're still very far off here. Just thinking, will I come back in this area if for something else than this? If yes, then I can come back later, but if no, I might as well protect it now. Not sure I have enough pipes on me. Alright, let me grab a little bit to drink, hydrate and walk around. Yeah, thanks. Hey, I didn't hear the sound. Ah wait, that's because I'm a noob and I didn't put a sound effect there. Thanks C-Rex again, and thanks Odium for the reminder and the caps. Definitely a valid use case for some all caps to get me to get off my bum. Stand up a bit. Approved caps. Right. Oh, no. Cables everywhere. Stuck. Stop. Mouse. Go fly. And when I pick up the mouse, I almost throw the microphone off. We have a lot of resources on the map at least. If we just search for ore, there's basically ore patches everywhere. There is a ton of ore patches, but now the big question is going to be which ones are going to be useful for us and which ones not. Alright, so let's go once more over our Excel table. We've got basically like 3 entries on there: green, yellow and belt. Very logic, instead of green, yellow, red. Green is what we already control, like this iron ore is under our control because all the biter bases nearby have been neutralized. We can basically fully mine this patch, probably without pollution even spreading to the closest biter bases. So those ones are green, the ones in our territory. Those are green. Then we've got the yellow ones. The yellow ones are the ones for which we need to do some combat later. I plan to go towards military 2, red ammo, and 2 damage upgrades. That basically So red ammo currently, unupgraded red ammo against big biters is not really powerful, half a damage per bullet. If I get 2 damage upgrades, I will be doing 3 times the damage. Sorry, I will be doing 6 times the damage, about, I calculated. Maybe 7 even, 6 to 7 times the damage output. Like, not a 60% bonus, it's like a 600% bonus to damage compared to what we're doing now against big biters. So I feel if we get 2 damage upgrades, which costs 200,000 red and green signs, that is a bit expensive. But I feel it gives us a fighting chance to take out more biter bases later in the game and claim these resources. Hey, Tense Dungeon, thanks for the raid. Yeah, we in the van, In the sound studio, right? We're in the sound studio. The van has nice soft walls. Which is good for sound. Right, so we're playing 1000 times science cost while keeping your hands clean achievement, meaning first biter base needs to go down with artillery. Right now we've done a big exploration round, locating all the resources on the map, and we are getting ready to mark the ones which we can use potentially and which one we cannot use. So green we have under our control, yellow after military 2, and red ammo we can potentially fight big biters and claim some more resources close by our base which we can fully mine. And now we're going to look at the third tab, which is going to be the belt. The belt is going to be labeled on resources far away from the base, but for which we don't have to fight. Like this oil is accessible to us, we just need to pipe it back to the base after we get oil processing for another million or so, that is. Some of these ore patches, like this one, we can probably get, it's like an estimation, we can get 1 belt of iron off of here. It's not going to be worth 24 million ore over the course of the game, not like the home ore patches which we can fully mine out. This will just basically give us 1 belt of iron over for the rest of the game once we mine it. We cannot mine more because then we will be polluting these biters. That is what we're going to do now. This we cannot take because it's too close to these biters. We might be able to take, like, I don't know, a quarter belt of copper or something. It's kind of questionable. So we're going to look at all these resources, see which one we can claim, and then see which areas of the map we want to protect with the tried and trusted pipe method. Breaking into the third possibility, the third thing pipes are good for. They're good for keeping expansions out of our base. They're good for neutralizing biter spawns around nests. And now they're gonna be good for reserving resources for us later in the game. And after that I will have exhausted my library. Oh, of course we also made a pipe raider. By having an uninterrupted pipeline, biters will need to break it if they want to expand to the other side. We have pipe raiders. After that I will have exhausted my library of use cases for pipes. You know, of course you could also transport fluids with them, but that we haven't really done yet, except for watering the power plant. And we will have no other choice but to start an actual game. But right now we are going to go on produce more pipes, and then we're going to build more pipes, expanding on these 40,000 we built already. That is the plan. And I think right now we just finished exploring in this area. I've got 2,000 pipes on me. I think I'm just gonna start piping this up. And hopefully I can transport it back to the base. The easiest way probably just would be belting it. Maybe the only way even. Belting it just up here, left, up, left, down, left. Cross the lake after landfill. We will neutralize this base eventually. And we just belt all the stuff into our base here. That's what I'm thinking. And we don't need to come back in this area at all. I'm probably going to ignore this oil. It's too far away. Maybe as a last resort if we really once we protected everything and we think we need more oil, we could come back to protect this as well, but it's definitely not priority. There's nothing else in this entire area. There's also nothing really much in the rest of this area. There is some oil. This just sounds stupid, but this oil may be takeable. Like 1 or 2 or 3 pump jacks we could get out of here. I don't know though. This one is not takeable. We're gonna have to watch every resource, I suppose. Now though, let's get a start on let's get a start on protecting that area. First I'm gonna grab myself a coffee though. Still have one, I think. Oh god. I've been laying pipe for the past 5 streams. No, expansion happens on a timer. It starts at once per hour. Right now it's at about once per half hour, I think. Once per 25 minutes. The timing declines faster than linear. And at the end of the game it's once every 4 minutes. So we go from 1 expansion per hour to 15 expansions per hour. Which is quite the increase. It's not just 96% fewer expansion, it's like a 15 times increase. Right, so I need to go back. That means, how the heck do I get even there? How did I get here? Through here? Back down to this area, and then we'll just start protecting it with the help of the expansion chunks. I think we can switch off autosave now. Yeah, let's actually... I saved the game. Let's switch off autosaves. I don't like the annoying interruption. And we will load our actual save. Alright, I do have more iron, which probably could be turned into more pipes. Maybe I should start doing that. Let me first get rid of my damaged pipe. So I have 1 damaged pipe here. There's a nice trick. If you craft something out of it but cancel it, now the pipe won't be damaged anymore. That is the way to repair stuff. When repair packs cost 25,000 red science packs to unlock. Right. Unfortunately we cannot repair the gun turrets because they don't craft into anything. There was a time when gun turrets were an ingredient in military science, so that would have opened it up, but no. We cannot. I don't think we need to do any combat anymore, so I'm just gonna handcraft a ton of pipes. And we're gonna make our way back to that resource area. I was kind of thinking I might just do this with belts actually, since I want those belts anyway. I can just make continuous belt arrays, which I then later can use to actually belt the resources back to the base. Should I do it with belts? I mean, there's oil as well, so at least we can do it also with pipes, right? Where should I go? I should go this way, through the cliff, or I will be blocked. This could have been very inaccessible, but fortunately there's like 2 tiny gaps in this cliff over here, which is definitely not always the case. Alternate belts with pipes, yeah. 1 belt, 1 pipe. Alright, so let's have a look how this area looks in terms of expansion chunks. So probably I mainly want to protect the oil and the iron. And what do I mean by protect even? Well, there is expansion chunks. Green expansion chunks are very likely for enemy expansion compared to the red ones. Almost exclusively so. So I just want to make all these green chunks red, and I can do that by throwing pipes on the ground. Everything I throw on the ground diminishes the chance for expansion in a 5x5 tile radius around it, with the center being demoted the most and the outer edge being demoted the least. So now we just want to place enough stuff on the ground so that the biters will never settle here until we come back. Also not after we come back. Basically, so the biters will never settle in this area, because they always will have other areas to choose from. And once they run out of other areas to choose from, there's still the base, which has been set up in such a way that these chunks can get selected for expansion, but the biters will never arrive here. So they won't even depart to these chunks, but they can still be selected. So even in the late game when everything is settled, they still should try to settle in my base and fail, rather than try to settle on my resources over here. That is the gist of it. I think I'm just going to draw a big pipeline around here. So technically I could do this by deducing where the green chunks are. I can do that without this overlay by using my book of weird measurements, which has this blueprint inside. This blueprint is basically all the chunks which are green chunks around a single biter base. So if there's a biter base in the chunk over here where I'm hovering, all the chunks on the outside which are squares will be green for expansion. So I could hover this over here. Okay, then I know this chunk is green. We can mark that as a green chunk, etc. And then I can mark the rest as well, etc, etc. And I can do that for a little bit, and then I know which chunks to block. So it is possible to do that without using the debug function. But the debug function just makes it a lot more visual what is happening as well. So those should be moved over here, etc, etc. And then I can just block all the chunks with pipes in them. So the 5x5 square around biter bases already is red from the proximity of biter bases itself. And once I just put a lot of stuff on the ground, you can see it on the minimap right here. I'm gonna reload this apparently. Now it's red around myself, and these green chunks are red as well. So we just have to do some sort of logical piping around to make this area unlikely enough for expansion, that the biters will never settle here. And we're going to do that with these chunks enabled. Wait, what? Ah, okay, I didn't save after I walked there. Alright. Almost walk full speed into a biter base. Can I do it at this speed? I'm not sure I can. Every second I spend stuck behind the rock is like 4 seconds in the game. I think there was a gap here and then we should arrive. Yeah, right. Let's spend another 10 seconds stuck behind the tree. Alright. So this is indeed very nice resources, but the result of that, because there are no other biter bases nearby, it's also very pristine biter expansion land. Right, I think I'm just... the effect is strongest in the chunk itself and the 9 neighboring chunks. So my idea is to basically pipe in this chunk, and that will decrease the value of all these chunks around. And if I just place pipes from here out here, all these chunks will become pretty red automatically. So let's try that. Let's save this time. Protect first resource patch. So I would really like to first make a balance of what we have and what we need, but I think for now I'm just going to do this. think this is not going to become red enough for my liking. Alright, I was supposed to handcraft all the other pipes. Alright, so this is pretty orange still, so that means the value is still about 0.2, 0.25. 0.28 still. That's a little bit too high for my liking. I could extend the pipe to the left as well. Or I could just do a double pipeline. I don't really want to think too much about how much pipes I need to place exactly. I just want to place definitely enough pipes. I think I'm just gonna go double pipeline and not look at it anymore, because I don't want to end up in paralysis analysis about this kind of stuff. And then we go up. Well, so far for an episode without placing any pipes. This might mean I don't have enough pipes on me, but I suppose that's fine. It will turn... It's actually pretty red already. I think we'll just turn left here. Why am I deconstructing this? That absolutely makes no sense. I don't know what I'm doing. Still deconstructing it though. No. Cannot have that. And this looks very red. It also nicely encircles this patch. I think we're just gonna go straight on. Alright, let's ignore the pipes. We go 4 white in forest anyway. Just to make sure there's enough pipes laid down to deny the expansions. It's not a horrible forest, this. Right, pretty red. I think we just continue all the way, really. And so I don't only want to have enemies not settle on here. I don't want any enemies settling more close by than the current enemies already are. Because now I can create quite a bit of pollution without any biter base absorbing it. But if an expansion would settle right here, for instance, then this pollution will reach the new biter base first. So we don't want that to happen. We're gonna make everything red in here. And I can practice my speedrunner straight pipe laying skills again. Or again. For once. Alright. So I do want to encourage an expansion to happen here. That means I need to not place anything in these chunks or in this chunk. That will make this circle less green. I do want to prevent this one because this one might settle over here, which is again maybe too close by. So we'll just go one more chunk to the left. It's next to the lake. Doing it way too accurate. But not in here, not in there. Right, so now if this chunk gets chosen for expansion, there's a lot of forest, so the expansion likely will happen over here. And that will further catch up this, make red this area. And that is fine. That basically means we've got one more space where the enemy can expand without it bringing us any harm. So we want to leave some of these spaces tactically green, like this one, because this expansion will not harm us in any way. So we might as well leave that open. I think all the southern chunks are sufficiently denied for expansion. So then we just want to... we might be able to claim some of this iron as well. There's a lot less forest here, but it seems plausible that we might be able to take something from over here. Let's illegally walk through these pipes without deconstructing them. Maybe I'll just... I think I can just draw a pipeline over here to the north. Let's go double as well. Double is good. Single is probably okay, but double is just bomber. We want bomber. Bomber placements, as they like to say in the climbing world, before it is taken out of context. You want it to be able to withstand bombings. That's basically what it means. Alright, so that is good. Now, how do we bring this back to the base? We also want to protect the pathway back to the base, because we will need to come back here in the late game somehow. And that means we should be able to build a pathway out, where we will have a biter-free... but we won't trigger any biters when we need to walk back and forth between these places later on. Yeah, I think we will have enough pipes to actually block this area. I think I want to do a little bit more blocking. I would not like an expansion right here. I think I will try to leave these 3 chunks green again, which means I need to place some in these forests over here. Alright, so like this. Now this is green. Expansion will happen here. That will invalidate the entire area. But we have a little bit of fine control over where it will happen. That is the goal. I suppose I do not want an expansion happening here, because that would diminish the value of this iron patch. So we might just make this entire area dark. I think we can start by just laying the pipeline from the oil. It will just go here, go up, avoid the biter base. We'll just find a way out. So let's do that, and then we'll see what other area we still need to protect. I'm not gonna chop trees just yet, because the pipe will become too long. I don't have access to the pumps just yet. But that's going to be the pipeline of oil back to my base. So later I just need to hook up oil to this, chop the trees, put in some pumps, and that should be it. Okay, I should not place stuff in the chunks below, because that, again, discourages these 2 chunks, which we would like to keep. So now we basically go... I suppose we go up. In this chunk still. That will delete these green chunks a bit. Then I actually would like to keep green chunks in here. I just need to secure one way for me to get back here. So probably do want to go in the northern chunk though. Yeah, let's go one chunk higher. One chunk higher. Like this. Oh, steel X, how I miss D. Okay, we do need to further redify these two chunks over here. And then this area is sufficiently protected, I think. And we can go back to the base with the rest of our pipes. We'll just place a nice square of pipes on this chunk border. Okay, now everything is red. If we look at the values, nothing should be like above 0.2 anymore. So like 0.1, and there's a couple chunks here which are high actually. Okay, we need to do something about that, but all of this area is like 0.1 or below, which is excellent. We like that. Extremely unlikely for enemy expansion with 0.2 or below. As we go down here, we'll put some pipes in here as well. Let's keep the numbers on. Alright. Probably good enough. Yeah, alright, let's go back to the base. We'll switch off the numbers. We basically want these numbers very low because we don't want any expansion here. Whereas for like here, it's not that important because it is like hundreds of times more likely that this chunk gets chosen, one of these two gets chosen, rather than one of these two, in my experience. The values are also not linear in terms of selection chance. So it is extremely unlikely that one of these chunks get chosen before one of these chunks, and if one of these chunks gets chosen, an expansion happens here, and then these chunks will become super red as well. So in that case we don't really care as much, but here we just don't want anything to happen ever, so that's why we go super low there, just to be extra sure. I need to be a bit careful because we are close by biter bases. I would not, I would not unmod after making like a mistake or something. See a little bit of the discussion going on in chat. You do build some credit over time, you know, when with all the good deeds you did before. Of course, yeah, if it's like super severe, that of course also counts. But for instance, some of the another mod had some rights as well, and accidentally posted clips to my second channel, like shorts. I may think they automatically got posted to my second YouTube channel by accident. I mean, such stuff like that can happen, you know. It's not like a criminal offense or something to do kind of things. People are humans. What is he doing now? I'm preparing the pathway for bringing the resources back to my base in the future. I think we're gonna go in the bottom chunk here. Bottom chunk, that's this one. Because that will keep clear these chunks for expansion. Here, this is just gonna turn red anyway, but yeah, we cannot really get around this biter base. It's not an expansion, is it? No, there's like big worms in there, so it's a natural base. Alright, and after we're back home, we're gonna produce a whole bunch more pipes. And then we're just gonna count resources and really get into the whole reasoning of this ordeal. But yeah, we were here now at the end of our exploration. We're not gonna come back to this area. So we might as well just finish this now. And save ourselves another 5-kilometer walking trip. Alright. And then I basically just want a safe way to connect it to here, which probably means I'll put it through this line of chunks. That will put this to 0 expansion chance. The closest expansion is going to be here. But later I can just come with landfill, bridge over, and bring home my resources. That is the plan. So do I go down already? No, I think not yet. Just below the lake there we'll go. I'm already in the correct line of chunks, so I guess I'll just keep going. And the oil pipeline will get a scenic lake detour here. So this is not only expansion denying, it's going to be my actual pipeline later for bringing oil back to the base. Okay, where are the biters? They were somewhere here. Let's just go zoomed out because I'm a little bit paranoid with all those chunks. Alright. And then I will actually connect here with landfill, and that should be good. This chunk is not super red. Cannot walk through there. I suppose I'll just place another blob of pipes up here. On the other hand, I'm going to come in with a belt or two as well later on. Yeah, I don't think I can get past there at the moment. Okay, this is red enough now. We might get expansions there. Suppose it's okay, we can bend down and then just come in the base here or something. Right. So yeah, that's the idea. Now you can see here are our resources which we can take, and now we secured the area of the resources for against enemy expansion, as well as the entire pathway we need to bring those resources home in the late game. So it's practically guaranteed that after like 50 or 60 hours or whenever we need these resources, we can come out here, put miners there, and bring the resources home. And if we don't do this now, then we cannot in the future, because expansions will be everywhere and it won't be possible to navigate between them. So yeah, that is why we have to do this now. Kind of think I'm going here, and I will also put some pipes in here to demotivate enemy expansions happening right here. I can just go in a big straight line, which I kind of like. So we have to go around this base over here. We have to go around here anyway because we want to walk back to our starting area, which we need to do through here. Okay, so now we can really use the speed up function because we know the lay of the land. Can we go through here? Might just go around here, just for safety. And only if we run straight into a biter expansion we will die. But at least I won't run straight into a nest of behemoth worms anymore by doing this. Alright, so let's just seal this off. A nice big pipe. Alright, that's like two rows of expansion chunks. Any expansion in here will close this off completely. I cannot really do anything to make that better. We'll just do another line here. Only one expansion fits there, so I might as well do this. There's all of pipe spent, as well as all of iron, really. So yeah, now the expansion will happen in the northern of the two chunks, because this is now red as well. And any expansion will invalidate this entire area, so a little bit more biter manipulation for them to go the right places. I think that's all the biter manipulation for this moment in time. I think it's time to go back to the base. First resources are secured. That's a win. First resources secured. Now we have to actually go one step back and look at all the resources before doing anything else. Alright, that means I've already did what the minimum that I wanted to do this stream for now. Okay, there's just worms. Oh no, there's a nest as well. Wait, can I sneak between here to just pop some chunks here into existence? No, I cannot really. No, I cannot. I might be able to go around this base. It's not super important. Kinda would like to see what's down there if I can. I think I can sneak by here through the forest. They won't see me behind the trees. That is how Factorio works. If you're new to Factorio, if you walk behind trees, biters cannot spot you. Just trust this advice. Definitely nothing will go wrong. Yeah, that's good enough. Back to the base. 1.2 kilometers. Evolution 41.5%. Not too bad. Actually, we only went up by 1.4% during this second part of exploration. Still almost 8% until big biters. But of course now we're gonna produce pipes, which is going to push the evolution factor a little. It's like a poor man's gates. Gate closed, gate opened. Gate closed, gate opened. And we are stuck in the gate and we cannot move. Man, when everything is when every technology is 1,000 times as expensive, we're going to have to poor man's our way into a lot of stuff here. We have poor man's radars already, poor man's gates, poor man's nest destroying with the pipes, imprisoning the biters. Where is home? We're almost home. Alright. Finally, we haven't been home for the entire episode. So if you tuned in just now, are you ready to see my gigantic base after 28 hours of gameplay? I'll even switch off the grid lines to beautify this up. Welcome to my base. This is all. This is my entire base. We've got our iron patch, our copper patch, steam power, labs, hand-fed labs with hand-fed assemblers, of course. The OG assembly area. That's not true. It's not true. I'm lying. We've got some burner miners on coal right here. My base is way bigger than I'm pretending it to be, and an offshore pump. Let's not forget about that. Right. Okay, this is all out of stuff. Probably should coal stuff up. I don't have any coal though, so let's first go to the illegal coal section. We'll pick that up. Back home. Back home. We're gonna produce a lot of iron for pipes. I have only like 80 inventory slots in my crafting queue, but I can still take like 20,000 pipes if I want to. There's a nice exploit for that. It's called Poor Man's Tool Belt, I suppose. Another Poor Man's variant. Except our tool belt is going to be much more effective than the actual tool belt technology. Basically adding infinite amounts of inventory slots to our carrying capacity. Alright, let's see. Probably can get rid of those inventory slots. Okay, this is all my coal. How many miners do I have? 41. I think I've ended up with a lot of coal in these furnaces actually. Okay, I'm going to take the time to switch around these miners. I'm also going to deconstruct and reconstruct all furnaces to get back the excess coal. Need to claim the iron anyway. Okay, this guy is out, that is great. Actually, we did not do that bad on the coal balance. It's less than 10 stacks of coal. Alright. How many miners do I have? 39. Means I need 60 stacks of coal. I had those, so that is good. A full stack of coal goes into the miner, and then a half stack into the furnaces. That is the ratio. Almost precisely so. Alright, so this is our iron we have right now. I do have more than enough. Alright, let's go. Full mining power. Alright, and now we're producing the extremely excessive amount of 600 iron plates a minute. Holy moly, that is some production. Almost about two-thirds of a yellow belt of iron. That is our production. More obsolete miners can go in here. Right, so this was our actual inventory. We have some more wood. You know, I should just put this blueprint book. There's a copy. What is going on? I think I made a copy of that at some point. They look exactly the same. This is the updated one though, so I guess I will delete this. Yeah, okay. I think I made a backup or something. So I don't need to carry it in my inventory. This is our late game landfill stuff. Let's put it in here as well. We already did some work for the base. We designed our furnace area for 900 red signs per minute at some point. Alright. We fixed that one pipe. Alright, then we have turrets. We have ammo. We have pipes. And we want to have some specific amount of everything. Alright, I don't expect to need to do any fights. Of course, it is possible. It's been a while. There may be some new expansions in areas where we want to claim resources. For example, if a biter expansion formed right here, we have to neutralize it before big biters. And we will do that at the same time that we will claim these resources for ourselves. So perhaps I do have to make a couple new gun turrets as well, because these start to fall apart. On the other hand, it's just some expansions, which should be tiny. Okay, so I won't. Let's just use these gun turrets. And hopefully not lose too much ammo. Let's bring 1600 magazines or so. We've got 700. That means I need to make more than this before we start making pipes. Right, a ton of burners already start running out, and with a ton I mean 2. 4? Yeah, that's a ton. 4 is a ton, just ask your mom. I need 900 magazines. There's 900. But I need 2 less, alright. And all of the other iron can go into pipes. We'll make some pipes in assemblers. Oh, I have more pipes over here still. Then I likely will not make more pipes in assemblers. Don't need any of this really. We might make some pipes in assemblers. Just to be sure we have enough owners when we start placing them. On the other hand, no. No, we don't need to do that. We don't need to do that because... we don't need to do that because... why don't we need to do that? Forgot my train of thought. Because we're going to be looking at the map for quite a while, so I can probably just handcraft all the pipes while looking at the map. Alright, I will just put everything in here for now. I'm gonna grab more coal for the next refill, and then we can basically... I have some copper to make new gun turrets. Then we can basically look at the map to decide what we want to claim. Right, it fits. 1600 copper. Got some more here. I don't really want to make new gun turrets right now though. I think we won't need them anymore. It is enough coal to do another refill later if this runs out. 4 of them, man. It's just too much. Okay, that one is out completely. This is out completely. This one can be turned though. Only one. Something like that. Very important that is balanced exactly. No, it's not. Just cannot help it. Cannot help it. Alright. Now I just have to keep whatever I want to take in my inventory at all time. Like this stuff. Not the power lines. Just pipes, magazines and the gun turrets I have. And the rest is going to go into pipes all the time. I will just put a magazine between each batch of pipes. And that way I can just keep adding pipes to the queue. So all that iron will be stored in the crafting queue instead of in my inventory. Of course I have to wait until it's actually handcrafted before I can use it. But I think we're going to be fine in that regard. Prepping, resource, protection, program. Alright. Yeah, handcrafting creates no pollution. It's minor compared to the mining. But it's still a little bit. Oh yeah, expansions by cliffs. We do need some furnaces. We can chop rocks. But power lines, maybe we do want to take some. Let's just take some furnaces as well. The blueprint book is in there. I think that's kind of about it. We can take all the gun turrets then. Everything is unhealthy in terms of gun turrets here. So 2 stacks of unhealthy gun turrets should be fine. Alright. It is time to check out the map, and we can fill in the third column over here. With resources we can just take without the biters getting polluted. Instead of counting the millions, we're just going to estimate a number of belts which we can get off there. And maybe we should actually do some tests just to see what kind of pollution clouds are created by what amount of miners. So we can actually estimate this somewhat accurately instead of just wild guessing. So we're gonna do that. I'm gonna make a separate save. Editor mode. I'm gonna use the editor to find out how this pollution stuff works, basically. How much can we mine before polluting biters? And I want to go to a real life example. And maybe I'll just go physically to this one over here. But I estimated I would be able to mine 1 belt off of here. Wait, yeah. Maybe I should craft belts as well. Belts are a little bit more expensive than pipes. 1.5 iron per piece compared to 1. But of course, I'm not gonna pipe back iron. At least not before unlocking calcite on Vulcanus. So that means we have to... we have to belt back iron. I can change that later on. This is the editor mode save anyway, so... let's first do an experiment with oil. For instance, this one I was curious about it when we discovered it. So there's a pollution cloud right... there's biters right here. There's oil right here. There's not too much forest here. Let's switch back on the chunk borders. So I need to go actually over there with the cursor, because how map editor works these days, it's a bit annoying. But where am I now? Here, just to go north. So this is the area. Wait, this is what I want to know. Alright, so here is the oil. There is no biters in this chunk. Pollution works per chunk, so pollution is created here, spreads to here, spreads to here. And once it spreads to here, it's bad, because biters will be attacking. I marked out all the chunks which have biters in them over here. So I'm just gonna put pump jacks on here and see how that responds. Right, so I suppose we'll start with... I'm gonna have efficiency modules by the time we get to this oil, so I'm going to put pump jacks there with efficiency modules. The Mark 1s, not quality, just simple Mark 1s, which reduce pollution by 30% each. Energy consumption, yes, but by that pollution as well. So if we compare, this produces 10 pollution a minute, which is quite a lot. But if we put efficiency modules in, it produces only 4 pollution a minute. So here we have 10 and here we have 4. And for miners that's even better, because miners they can accept 3. Is there any resource patch around when you need it? Miners are even more different. They also are 10 pollution a minute, but they fit 3 modules, which decreases that to 2 pollution a minute, which means this amount of miners with the efficiency modules produces the same amount of pollution as a single miner without. Basically, you can extract 5 times the ore before any biter gets polluted. That is the power of efficiency modules, especially in cases like this. This is a weird edge case, I admit, but still, for us it's going to be very useful. So pump jacks, they can reach minus 80% either with quality modules or with Mark II modules. I guess we'll reach quality modules first. With quality we can get 39%, which basically is 40%. So 2 Mark I modules which are uncommon would also reach, or almost reach, the minimum of 20%. You cannot dip below minus 80%, that's the absolute minimum. So quality would be useful for that as well, I suppose. What do quality pump jacks do actually? Resource drain. Okay, the pollution is the same. Mining speed is the same. Just resource drain. Probably less effective for oil than for ores, but of course still good. Alright, so how much pollution can one chunk absorb? So this chunk actually does not have any trees, I don't think. No, so this chunk does not have any trees. I think this chunk will absorb like 1.11 pollution. This chunk will be way better though, there's a ton of trees in here. That's like about 60 trees in there. Right, so I suppose we will add some infinity pipes in there which just delete all the fluid that is mined. We'll just simulate that it's going to our base. Remove. Alright, and then we just need some power here. I suppose we can do a legendary substation. Just power everything. And we'll produce pollution-free power with one of these electric energy interfaces. Alright, then we just progress time. Look on the map, switch on pollution. Now you can see there's pollution in this chunk. How much pollution is in this chunk? If I go out of there, maybe we can see it. 1.3, and this chunk is absorbing 0.93 pollution a minute, which is less than these 2 pump jacks are producing. I'd say we can probably put like at least 5 on there. So that should be... That's 20 pollution a minute we are generating. 20 pollution a minute, and we're absorbing 1 pollution a minute. Let's see what happens when it spreads to the forest. It's going to spread to the forest at 15. Let's speed it up a bit. 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay, now it will spread to all 4 sides. There we go. This absorbs 3.52 pollution a minute. This 1.14. This 6 is all because of the trees. The entire difference is because of the trees. So now we just need to find where is the equilibrium, right? So we just speed up time by a lot more. Alright, so it is going up. With 5 it is going up. If this chunk was as forest as this chunk, you can see this one is able to absorb like almost all the pollution that is spread to it. Looks like not exactly, because now it's going up as well. This is the weakest chunk. Okay, let's try to speed up even more. That's the good thing, we have no base, so the game can run very fast. Alright, so now it's going to spread out here. This one will also spread out now. This pollution is absorbed by the forest. So there's no biter bases in here, so this pollution... Spread, spread, come on, spread, you can do it. There we go. 5.89 pollution a minute is absorbed, and that's real time at the disappearing speed. So let's just let it run at maximum speed for a bit, and we'll see if the pollution actually reaches the biters. I think we already have an equilibrium right here. The center pollution is not going to go above 18.6. So it looks like we can easily run 5 pump jacks on here without polluting the biters. This disappears way quicker. This fully disappears every time. Even if not, there's 2 more chunks. As long as this chunk doesn't start building up, as long as a chunk adjacent to a biter base does not start building up without flickering off every now and then, we are at an equilibrium. Alright, so that's 5. Let's add 1. 6. Maybe add 1 more. 7. Okay, 7 pump jacks. Oh, we're still good. I think we might be able to mine all the oil in these chunks. 8, 9, 10. I think that's all the oil that's available. The rest of the oil is available in other chunks, which I probably do not want to touch. Alright, so now this chunk starts building up, but that's okay, because these chunks, the 3 chunks here, don't have biters. As long as this chunk does not start building up, we are fine. Oh hey Colonel Will, thanks for the raid. You're doing it all wrong, needs more faster. We're going at 40 times speed. No, that's not true, we're going at 27-ish times speed. We're looking at numbers today. Yeah. I'll go over the concept real quick. I just want to take a quick look here. Is it building up? Maybe it's building up. Alright, so what are we doing? Welcome to my base. We've been playing for a good 29 hours or so I got a giant base. Here it is. This is my entire base. 1,000 times science cost while trying to get the keeping your hands clean achievement. Which basically means it's default settings as well. So default resources, biter expansion is on. So basically, yeah, it's we cannot destroy any biter base, and we gotta get off the planet at 1,000 times science cost on default settings. That is the premise of the playthrough. We also don't do base defense and don't do division combat, but that's of lesser importance. So right now we're doing a test. We've just done a huge amount of exploration after securing our base against biter expansions in some weird way, which hopefully works. It's new territory there. And now we've done a bunch of expansion where we are basically locating resources, and we have protected the area against enemy expansions by placing more pipes on the ground, as well as securing a path back to the base, which is also protected against expansion, so no green chunks around this pathway. And here we can later cross with landfill back into our base. Theoretically, these chunks should never get expanded upon, despite them being green. That's the theory. And currently we are looking at our resource patches. We're basically experimenting. Can we just mine this indefinitely after unlocking efficiency modules without polluting the nearby biters? The answer seems to be just about barely, really. So I can fully mine this chunk without polluting the biters. We have reached an equilibrium. It's not going up. This chunk is flickering off. I'm pretty sure that if we start mining these though, if we are greedy and want to mine all, it's not going to go well. So if we look now, yeah, now it starts building up in here, and we're going to be polluting biters here. They're in the chunks marked with the red ones. So once this reaches 15, it will spread out to the left chunk. I don't think we can... Yeah, we cannot mine this for sure, but we can mine everything that's in the central chunk over here. It does take a while though to build up. We haven't polluted a single biter base just yet. The trees are not starting to die. Trees will only die after the pollution exceeds 60 in a chunk. So that basically, in terms of not numbers, that means if a chunk is more red than the minimum, it starts damaging trees. So until 60 pollution, the color of the pollution is this light red. And no trees will be damaged. In fact, you will probably see, if we look at pollution damage, there is no damage to trees being done at the moment. This is the entire base. We have been doing damage to pollution with our burner base in the beginning, but currently we are not doing any damage to the trees. So this is basically, well, if I would delete these miners, I hope it's still in time, maybe not. Now it should go down again. And now it goes down again. So this is basically mineable for forever without damaging any trees, without polluting any biters. It's an equilibrium. We can mine indefinitely here, which is good to know. And no attack will ever happen. This is the entire pollution cloud generated by this field of palm jacks. Alright, so I'll make a note of that in the actual save. We can fully mine the central chunk with efficiency modules. 10 palm jacks on there. Right, so let's delete it. Right, I accidentally deleted the forest as well, but it's fine. And let's go actually to one of those patches which we found, which we want to claim later. Let me see if I don't generate too much new land. I should go a little bit left and then down. Can I actually mine a full belt of iron from that weird patch down there? Alright, so it is theorized. We're still going on 30 times speed. Let's go back to 1 time. In theory, I think we can mine some iron from here, especially after neutralizing this biter base with danger for our own life. I'm gonna do the same setup here. We're just gonna put a miner there, put some efficiency modules. Not sure if I should simulate the entire chunk or just this one. I think I'll simulate just this one. There's like 600,000 ore below this miner, which is not much. So we're just gonna mine into infinity chests here and delete that as well. Suppose let's just copy a power line. 2, 3, 4, 5. I'll just delete a couple trees. Okay, that is... Okay, that should be. What the heck is going on with these power poles, man? These make so many connections that I don't want to connect to here anymore. It's because they're legendary, I suppose. They have super long range. Look at this pattern. Alright, okay, that's all connected then. So if I start mining this, I'll be mining a full yellow belt, 30 miners. Let's see how that goes pollution-wise. Just speed it up again. Maybe I can mine way more than a belt of iron out of here. The problem is we might get above 60 pollution a minute, and that means trees will start taking damage. It looks like we're already at an equilibrium here. Alright. Yeah, this is never gonna spread beyond here. Actually, this chunk is absorbing a lot. I suppose I can mine in this chunk as well. Let's simulate us mining 2 belts of iron. If I do this. Now we're mining 2 belts of iron from here. There are 60 active miners. With efficiency modules though, but still. So again, the biters are in... Actually only in this chunk, not even in this one. This biter base is on the right side of the chunk border, and this biter base is on the bottom side of the chunk border. So the only chunk we care about is this one. We care about this chunk. This is where the biters are. We do not care about this chunk. We do care about this chunk. And I suppose that one. Right, so now we are building up pollution in this chunk. Let's test another theory, because now we're going to be polluting this biter base. But this biter base does not own any units, and it cannot spawn any units. Show units. How it was again. So we're going to be polluting this biter base. Very slowly though. There was a command, which was again units owned or something. Owned? Group? Show unit group info, that was it. Right, so we can see which biters belong to which nest. No biters belong to the neutralized nest, and this one cannot spawn biters because it has been blocked. All the spawn locations have been blocked by pipes. With you can see the danger. There's big worms here. I had to walk in here, place the pipes without triggering all of these guys too much. It happened still. And I placed all the pipes and retreated, and somehow I survived. Not on the first try though, definitely not. Alright, so we are polluting this base. I can see how much pollution they absorb if we look at debug info and tooltips. We can see pollution absorbed 0. Alright, pollution needed 0. Units owned 0. Okay, that's a weird metric. This one needs 4 pollution. Maybe it... is it not absorbing pollution? Okay, let's go more minus. Let's just be dumb. Can I do a third belt? I can. That is 90 minus on this side. That's accessing about half the patch, right? I can access half the patch. Okay, now we are producing pollution, and actually this is, the biter base is absorbing the pollution because it instantly disappears. And that will stop after some time though. Now it has 11 pollution absorbed. We can see how much pollution it absorbs. And we can actually determine the limit then. If it's twice or thrice the maximum spawnable biter. So the medium biter consumes 20 pollution to spawn. How much pollution can the nest absorb? It looks like more than twice the amount of the highest biter spawn. Will it stop at 60? At some point it should stop. Yeah, it stops at 60. So I forgot your name, but somebody in the comments was correct about that. A biter nest can absorb 3 times the pollution of the maximum spawnable entity. So now pollution is no longer getting absorbed here, and pollution is spreading to this chunk over here. That is bad because now these guys start absorbing pollution, and these guys very much will send attacks over. So that means we can basically just mine 2 chunks, or like 2 belts of iron off here without polluting these guys. It's only spitters though. The biters are all on that one side. I definitely cannot neutralize these though. That's way too difficult. This is already almost impossible. Alright, let's go back to 2 belts. That should mean this goes down again after a little bit of time. Alright, so now it goes down again. The equilibrium. Now it's going down towards the equilibrium. So 2 belts of iron we can mine out of the left 2 chunks. For this one. It does not seem that a spitter was summoned for an attack. This nest absorbed 3 pollution and it needs 4. So it is not going to send an enemy to the attack. Alright, so 2 belts of iron out of the left chunk. Can I cover more of the patch? I don't think I need to. That's like 24 million iron in here. So probably about 12 million is on the left side. 2 belts of iron is like 2000 iron a minute with 12. That's 6000 minutes. So I can mine 100 hours of the left side of the patch, extracting 2 belts of ore for 100 hours straight, and I will not be polluting the biters. Maximum pollution in a chunk is below 60, so we're even not damaging any trees. I think when we were mining 3 belts we did damage some trees. Yeah, it's in there. We did just damage a couple trees when we were mining 3 belts. But when we went back to mining 2 belts, again we are not damaging any trees, so that's good. Alright. I want to mine here. So if I mine here, I'll be pretty close to here. That's actually probably pretty bad. I should not have done that. I should have mined in the northern chunk instead. Alright, so I suppose like this. That puts me at a disadvantage. I've deleted the trees from this chunk. Can I mine like this? Just getting an idea. I'm not gonna do this for every patch precisely, I don't think. Or at least not on stream, if I do it. As this is just a test without making actual progress in the save, I could do that off stream. But now we'll see that we'll be polluting this chunk, but the biters will not be absorbing it. Okay, here we go. Yeah, it's not disappearing instantly. That means there's no biter base absorbing that. The problem again is though this one is building up. I did delete trees in this chunk though. But let's just say we can take 2 belts off of here without any trouble. That is actually pretty great. We definitely cannot mine this patch though. But this is like 2 belts for 100 hours. if just using the left side. Alright, yeah, I need to hydrate. What is the maximum minus if you have no efficiency modules? 5 times less. So basically the efficiency modules decrease the pollution output by 80%, which means 5 miners with efficiency modules output 10 pollution, same as 1 miner without efficiency module also outputs 10 pollution per minute. Alright. So then the second question is, am I powering this from my base with a power line, or am I just putting solar panels nearby to power this? That means it shuts off overnight, which means I can probably mine a little bit more, since at night we won't be producing pollution. On the other hand, I need to bring a belt to my base, so I might as well just bring a power line out as well and mine continuously instead of in bursts with some recovery time. Alright, what other thing would I want to know? %5,000 oil, man. Let's see how much I can put on here. That's interesting. So I'll fully do the oil, and then I'll probably fully do the iron patch as well. I can count this as 10 million if I can fully mine it in one go. Location is important though. I can mine more iron than I can mine copper, because this is pretty close by. It's actually biters in this chunk. Let's switch off the group info. So there's biters in this chunk over here, which means it's pretty close by the copper patch. I would have to mine from this chunk only, something like that. Maybe no, maybe we'll just estimate it for now. It's not really that important how much ore I can do exactly from it, but we can have a pretty good idea, right? So here, 2 belts. Without efficiency modules, that would be 0.4 belts, like not even half a belt for the same result. Potentially we can also mine coal from here if we want to, but like combined pollution spread is a little bit harder to properly equalize over time. You need a longer sample at least. Okay, let's just do a couple now. We'll just let me make a unit that has 15 miners in it. As well as one of those. And some power lines. And more of those infinity chests, which make resources disappear. Alright, so let's delete this. We know this is 2 belts now. Let's put something on here. Probably here I would like to mine the left chunk. Biters are in this chunk. That's the first chunk that's going to get polluted. Maybe this is the first chunk that's gonna get polluted. Alright. That is half a belt. And here we've got no trees on this side, so this can spread out pretty far. This chunk does not have biters though. It's only over here, so it can spread to here. That gives us one extra chunk of absorption. It's building up in this chunk though. That is bad. That means it eventually will spread onto here. This side is looking much better. Let's move it over to that side. Okay, so now we need to avoid build-up in this chunk and this chunk. If this chunk can keep the 0, we're gonna be good. It looks like it exactly cannot keep the 0, but now we have space over here. So here we would need to mine, like maybe so from the center. We can take half a belt from here if we mine from both chunks equally, it seems. So now we don't want this chunk to build up. And we don't want these chunks to build up. That looks pretty good. Alright, so how can we do this in-game without spending 2 hours on every location? I suppose what we can do is we can build more miners than we think we need, like so. And we want to mine half a belt, we will just rotate miners to hit other miners or something to disable them. So now we have 23 miners. I need 15, so I can disable 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's say this one will disable as well. We can shift the balance. And then we can keep an eye on this. And if we see that pollution goes one way more than the other way, and is threatening to spread on the biter base, we can adjust the balance by making one in this chunk inactive and then just activating one in this chunk. It will be outputting on a belt, obviously, but we can just switch around those miners then from a distance. We'll be overbuilding these miners a little bit, but that's okay. We need to just find out where the equilibriums are. So that's good then. There's already 2 belts of iron and a half belt of iron, for instance. And all of the oil from that one patch over there. That's pretty good. We also, this is the last one we'll test, and then we'll go back to the real world to see what's going on. So let me put, I need to physically head over there because working from the map view is so annoying. How do I get there? Let's go up a bit, then go right a bit. Yeah, more. Let's not look at those chunks too much. They are actually our real world chunks. Okay, it's over here somewhere. So I want to be able to mine all of this. I'm gonna be able to mine all of this, that is pretty sure. I don't see any more spots, so now we have to add the modules and the infinity pipe. and remove. It looked like I should have put them all in the same orientation. One more spot at the top, alright. Ah, yeah. Nice. Alright, that should be all of them. Do we have efficiency models on everything? 1734, seems so. Time to, I suppose, we can just use these. Whoa, these have a range, dude. Like, they're like miniature substations almost. Alright, all of them are producing. Alright, that's not gonna make a lot of pollution, I don't think. We should be able to get away with this. Let's also look where the biters are. They are in the southern chunk and in this chunk, in both chunks. This base is in the southern chunk. So that is actually bad news. That means we don't want any pollution to spread to this chunk already. Neither to this one, but this one is in line with our miners here. Our palm jacks. Actually, it is going up. Let's see if we don't want pollution buildup in this chunk. This chunk should flicker on and off like this one is doing. That means we are at equilibrium. Did I stop mining? No. This one is not mining though. Now it is. I'm not really sure why this is going up so slowly now. But I suppose that's good. You can see this chunk is absorbing 7 pollution a minute, whereas this is only 1. Just because of the forest. The forest is doing the work. The tiles themselves are, compared to the forest, they are pretty worthless. I think this is an equilibrium, really. Alright. So then we're gonna add our half belts of iron, I suppose, if I still can find them. Let's say we want like a half belt of copper. We can mine it from here. Let's try to not delete too many trees. That's half a belt of copper. Also mine half a belt of iron. Now some of this copper pollution adds up to this pollution over here. So now some more can get spread out to the right even. It can interact a little bit weirdly. Yeah, we can do like half a belt of copper for sure. Let's also let's mine a belt of iron from here, I suppose. Probably want to maybe on both. Belt of iron there. We don't want pollution to spread onto this chunk. This chunk is actually fine. This one is not, so these chunks should not receive pollution. Okay, here we have not a problem. We don't want pollution in this chunk and this chunk. There's no biter bases above the line, so that is good. How about here though? That is looking less good. There is biter bases in this chunk. There's no biter bases in this chunk though, so that is good. So we don't want any pollution buildup in a chunk that is adjacent to a biter chunk, because that means eventually it will reach 15 and it will spread onto the biter base. So this spreads onto here, which is fine. This, I think we can maybe even mine a little bit more. We cannot mine twice as much, but we might be able to mine like 3/4 of a belt. No, this chunk is now going to build up, it seems. We're exactly on the edge of what we can do here. Maybe not. Maybe it's not going to build up. So that's like 3/4 of a belt of copper plus all the oil. I'm pretty sure we cannot be adding any iron from here, but we can mine a belt from here, it seems. At least from these, we might be able to mine more because this is being reliably absorbed. If we do, it's probably got to be from the bottom chunk though. That's probably going to be too much. A belt and a half. Yeah, now we're going to get pollution building up in this chunk over here probably. We were still good here with 3/4 of a belt of copper. We are still good. No pollution buildup in the chunks adjacent to the red ones. It just goes in the chunk and gets dissipated, which is what we want. How about here? Oh, actually, looks like we're good as well with a belt and a half here. 45 miners. Radars can transmit circuit network now. I completely forgot about that. I haven't used it at all just yet. I might be able to get away with mining some iron off of the southern chunk as well. Another half belt. That might spread onto here though. And now this is actually building up, you see? It kind of depends what we want. If we do this, we have to stop mining that extra copper, I suppose. Then this should go down again. Yeah, it goes down again. Maybe are still good though. I think I'm not gonna mine this iron then. I might be able to mine this iron in the top chunk instead. And still get away with mining the copper over here, the 3/4 of a belt thing. Just utilizing this space a bit more for pollution absorption. Look at that, 12.38 pollution a minute absorption right there. I think we can even mine some coal from here if we really want to. It is building up though, so we cannot mine this indefinitely, so that's not good. So yeah, in that case we can remotely, we need place radars here, we can remotely just turn a couple of these miners into each other and pollution goes down again. We can fine tune it from the comfort of our base to and basically balance the pollution like that. We need to keep an eye on it though, that is going to be the hardest part, keeping an eye on everything. So with the radars we don't really need the circuit network as we can just remotely select everything for deconstruction. For example, let's say I'm over here, I'm out. Let's go out of editor mode. So I'm out of editor mode. Fish going crazy. Well, later when I'm all grown up and I have actual stuff, actual big boy stuff in my base like radars. Right, I'm at the comfort of my base. Let's pretend I'm all the way over there. And I see, oh, something is about to go wrong. I can just do this, and it will stop creating pollution entirely. Oh, stop it, stop it, stop it. And all the pollution will go away. Until nothing is left. I just gotta not deconstruct the radar, because then I can no longer undeconstruct it. Because of course it will no longer be in my Control Z queue. Eventually. Alright, I think that kind of teaches us, gives us a little bit of a feeling of stretchy time. Alright. Hey, hello SDB. Thanks for the 13-month resub last time. You may have already been out. I didn't see it at the time when you subscribed. So you may have already been out when I noticed. I'll explain all of this in a bit. We're gonna stretch a little bit and then we're gonna continue. So yeah, it's quite nice. Figuring out the pollution equilibriums for late game. Pretty good resource extraction, which we can get basically almost indefinitely from this area. So we can get half a belt of copper, all of the oil, all of it. A little bit of extra iron, and here we can get a belt and a half of iron, maybe even more. We can just check if we can get more. Let's check if we can get more. We'll just add another one. That's 2 belts of iron. Alright, it's no longer editor mode. Fish going crazy. So I hate how the map editor works now. Alright, let's see if this causes pollution buildup in the chunk adjacent to the biter base. It does. That means it eventually will spread on there. I'm gonna do some stretching in the meantime. Let's see if it actually goes up. Yeah, I was crying in the corner of my room. Alright, so now we get the pollution build-up, which means when it hits 15, it's going to spread on the biters, which means eventually they will send the biter out to attack, and I cannot do anything about it. The problem is I generated all of these nests already when small biters could still spawn, like right now, which means the nests only need to absorb like 4 pollution and they will already send a biter to attack. Just a small biter. But even a small biter can eat my entire mining field before I manage to make the walk all the way out here. So we cannot have the biters. We cannot have the miners pollute any biters at all at any one moment. So I think we're going to have to do these tests. Once the time comes, we're going to have to do these kind of tests for every patch we want to put miners on. Maybe not, but we can do the remote rotate miners thing instead. I suppose, we don't need to test this. We can now we have a feeling for how many miners we can place, and then later we can just make sure we have radar coverage and do remote rotating to deactivate some miners. You can also mark them for deconstruction, but if you mark them for deconstruction, like normally if you mark them for deconstruction like so, they also stop working and stop producing pollution. But anything that is marked for deconstruction for longer than, I don't know exactly, 3-5 hours, something in that order of magnitude, automatically gets unmarked for deconstruction, meaning it starts to work again without notifying you, starts producing pollution again without notifying you, etc, etc. If this would have been a rare miner, it would have given me extra resources at this point, because this one has run out. But this one still has 344,000 ore to mine before it will give me any benefit of being a rare quality miner. As long as a regular one wouldn't have run out, the higher quality miners won't give me any benefit at all. So I only need to place those on the ones which will actually run out, which actually it might be all of this. Right? It is not that long if we look at this patch again, where we can extract 2 belts. We could extract 2 belts from here for about 100 hours, because we can only use half of the patch, the left half. When that's depleted, I suppose, then 1 belt for 200 hours or something. Then we can mine up the entire right side at the speed of 1 belt over here, but we could only mine from the left chunks over here in the beginning if we mine 2 belts. So yeah, that will be 100 hours. That might very well be mined up completely then, if we choose to mine that. So maybe quality miners actually do make sense. I thought they would not make sense for these super high density ore patches, but they might. They just might. They just might. Alright. I think that's enough testing. It is definitely happened in Factorio 2.0 as well. For instance, you can see these pipes are still marked for construction, but this pipe is no longer marked for construction because this tree was marked for deconstruction, and once this tree got unmarked for deconstruction, automatically the pipe ghost disappeared as well. So this pipe ghost is possible to be placed, but I missed it. And this pipe ghost was not possible to be placed without deleting the tree. And once the tree got unmarked for deconstruction, that ghost disappeared. It happens in Factorio 2.0 as well. You can even still see it in the mouse over actually. Because you can see these chunks haven't been updated on the map view. And there's still a bunch of stuff marked for deconstruction on the map view, but no longer when we actually visit the tile. So if I were to place... Let me check this. If I were to place a raider over there, then that chunk would update and this would go away. The red stuff would go away. Wait. Yep. Alright, so now the red chunks will go away, right? The red stuff. Yeah, the red stuff goes away. So, yeah, confirmed then. It definitely happens in Factorio 2.0. Yeah, I know the hitbox stuff. I did that last time. I just didn't want to go into the full pipe stuff again. With the weirdness of how that works. I think too it's like a performance thing. If you accidentally like mark some trees for deconstruction and just forget about it, everything that's marked for deconstruction is cycled through a list for bots to deconstruct, etc, etc. So I suppose that's why it's implemented. There's a lot of reasoning for implementing stuff like the limited spawn locations for biters is also a performance thing. But all those performance things, some of those have some nice exploits which we can use. Some nice strategies we can use. It sounds a lot better. Alright, so there's our actual save. We are polluting again. And no pollution values. Let's switch it off. Alright. So, let's look at every single ore patch. I suppose. There's not too many on the map, so we'll be done in a second. There's only this many. Most of those we don't even need to look at though, because they will be underbiters. But for instance, this one is not underbiters. So this is one we would like to claim. And we just said times 2, and we guess it's 100 hours. I think let's do something about that marker. 100 hours was a guesstimation. We'll go calculate it more precisely. So let me open the calculator in the browser so I can switch to it. Alright. We need like a something which we can count. So here's the calculator. Let's say a full belt is 900 iron a minute. Let's say there is 1 million iron in a patch. 1 million we can take, that is a 0 too much. If we divide it by 900 iron a minute, we can mine 1 million iron for 1111 minutes, which is equal to 18.5 hours. At some point we're gonna have mining productivity, I suppose. So I'm just gonna hold 20 hours for 1 million iron. So if a patch is 1 million iron, we can mine 1 belt of iron for that for 20 hours and then it will run out. That's going to be the benchmark. With rare quality miners it will be 1.5 hours. Sorry, it will be 30 hours for 1 million iron. Alright, so I probably should note that somewhere. Yeah, just let me load the save in here again. If you really want to modify the timer, you can probably find it in the Lua code and alter it yourself. You can alter the biter expansion range and the amount of spots they have to check for. Sorry, the biter spawn range from the nest and the amount of spots they check. You can find it in the code as well, and you can just alter it. There's basically 2 values. Maximum range is 10 and check is every 3 tiles, which is why these pipes are in a 3x3 pattern. But yeah, it's a little bit more convoluted than just flipping a setting, but it's probably possible to do it if you really want to. Right, what was I doing? So 1m ore is 20 h of 1 belt. Guess we'll place an info tag on that because it's very informative. 1 million ore, 20 hours of 1 belt. Alright. So with that information, we can say this 24 million iron patch, how much is it worth to us? Approximately, slightly less than half is in this side. So 24 million. I'd say like 10 million is on the left side, to 14 million on the right side. So we'll have to split this one in 2 on the chunk border. So on the left side we can mine 2 belts for a 10 million ore, 20 hours per million. Would be 200 hours. That's actually exactly 100 hours. According to this philosophy, 10 million. and then times 1 from right side. $14 million. That's another 280 hours of mining 1 belt of iron. So first we mine 2 belts from the left side. Once that depletes, we can get rid of those two miners, and then we can still mine 1 belt from the right side for the following 280 hours without polluting these biters. But for now I'm just going to count it like 2 belts of iron. So iron, 2 belts. We have 2 belts of iron. So instead of counting millions, I'm just going to count how many belts I can get off of there. I think. I'm not really sure how I should do this really. So I just count 26 million as well? I have no idea. So we might be mining up the entire patch eventually. It only takes 380 hours to mine up this entire patch. By that time we should have gotten off of here. I'm gonna keep the belt system, I think. This one is not accessible. The ones which are not accessible we won't give any marking. Right, so biters are in here and in here, not in here. So we have 1 chunk, 2 chunks, 3 chunks. I think we can only take this little bit of copper and the bottom here, because there is no trees in here at all. So this is nothing basically no copper at all, like crumbs. So don't think I'm gonna put a value on that. It's just gonna be a little bit. I'm not gonna count it in my total, I don't think. This one is inaccessible. Coal, stone, we're gonna skip. This is actually mineable as well in the crumbs category. So we can bring back 2 belts of iron, and then we can make a 3rd belt with a little bit of mixed iron and copper. Maybe we can also put some coal on that. We can combine that into a crumbs belt. Just coal with prioritized iron and copper and bring that back to the base. Okay, biters in here. That's like 2 good forested chunks though. So I think we will be able to get half a belt off of here. From the south side. Yeah, okay, so that is, let's say 3 million on the south side. I don't think we can mine the north side ever, unless it's crumbs category. Let's just mark it per chunk then. Maybe that makes sense. Crumbs and no chance. Should I do these markers already? I'm looking at it now, so I might as well place those. That will later help me a lot by seeing what chunks I should care about and what not. Only mark the closest ones to the patches, which I'm planning to take. So I can take from the bottom chunk because that's 1, 2, 3 steps to reach the biters. Here is just 2 steps. Of course this is a bit forested, but I don't think it's forest enough for half a belt. So what we have 2 belts of iron, half a belt of copper here. Here we had another half belt of iron. That is mixed, so I'm going to place it on the chunk border. We experimentally confirm this, that this is mixed. 50, 50. We might mine this up completely then. If a million ore is 20 hours at 1 belt speed, half a belt should be 40 hours per million. Okay, it's 130 hours then. It's probably likely that we can mine this up entirely if we mine this early. Okay, 2.5 and a half. Let's go back to the overview. Okay, we're not gonna do this. We're not gonna count the entirety. We'll have to do it with the resources close by the base plus whatever we can scoop off the edges. Not building a factory, yeah. Yeah, or as default settings. So basically, to compare this to a normal game, you should read million as a kilo. So there's not 24 million ore in this patch, but 24,000 in terms of normal Factorio science progress. Alright. I think we'll do the oil separately. We'll first scout for ore patches. How about this copper? There is biters in here. This is like completely unforested. So it's either going to be crumps or nothing. I don't want to have the belt signal on the crumps stuff. Let's put a crump in there instead. Just to keep it clear. I'm also just going to delete the text because I have enough stuff going on already on my screen. I'll see this when I really go to the area. Too much clutter. I suppose something like that covers that area. This might actually spread over the water faster than... It might spread over the water faster than towards these biters. Alright, so I haven't included more than that. Okay, I'll do oil now as well. Should I give oil the belt symbol? It's a bit weird, but let's do it anyway. 2504%. And that's just beltable straight into the base. Alright, so let's add oil belt. I already have 1200 on there. We're gonna do another 25 for 27. We're gonna update the totals maybe later. Where's my 1200 beltable oil? Ah, it's here. Yeah, this one. Yeah, music is indeed the Space Age soundtrack. It's the soundtrack from Norvis mixed with the soundtrack from other planets. This one is from Fulgora. But each of the planets have a very distinct feel to them. Right. Anything else I could potentially claim here? What about this oil? No, this oil is not takeable There's no trees over here, there's no trees over here, there's no trees over here, but there is a biter base in here. This guy is in the northern chunk. So that's it looks like it's takeable from a distance, but it's not. So I'll just put a cross there. So I know I have checked that. How about copper though? We probably can take some copper off of here. How much though? Maybe even a belt. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's a worm. Worms are nests are 5 by 5. So there's no nests in here. There are nests in here. 1, 2, 3, 4. We can definitely take like half a belt of copper off of here. It will spread quite easily to the north here though. There's nests in there. Nests in there. And even a nest in here. That's like a half a belt, I think. Not a lot. So this might be a pretty great find, a double belt miner there. Very good, there's a big forest in between the miner and the biter base. And not a lot going on the outside. We will add this one over here. I think we're going to be taking from this chunk actually. Let's put it here. This is hard to quantify how many hours. I suppose 6 million is going to be in the left chunk. That's 120 hours. It's another half belt of copper. That's an actual half belt of copper. No crumbs, no nothing. Just gonna update it every time. Just to give you an idea, to make 900 SPM blue signs we need 12 belts of iron and 7.5 belts of copper. And a bunch of oil. And coal. For red and green signs it's 7.5 iron and 2.5 copper combined. So 900 SPM combined is about 20 belts of iron and 10 belts of copper and 6000% oil. So that's a lot of belts to get to that amount. We can probably take this coal as well. I'm not gonna look at coal. Not gonna look at coal. I'm just gonna mark it as possible to take some. I guess there's even more coal where it's possible to take some. No. Saw some iron which was okay. Is it that one? Maybe this one. There's biters in this chunk though. Yeah, in this one. This is a nest and it's in this chunk. That's unfortunate. I almost would have been able to grab some iron. I might be able to grab some iron out of this chunk specifically, just like crumbs again. Alright, give me a second. How long will it take to vulcanize with, let's say, 1000 SPM? We need 7 million signs, that is 7000 minutes. 6,000 minutes is 100 hours. That's probably about 120 hours after we start a base. Man, we're gonna be mining up those things, right? That's a long time. And we just estimated we can take half a belt of this patch for 130 hours. That means we probably don't even want to take more than half a belt, because if we take one belt, okay, we have more iron for some time, but then it just runs out anyway. So time frames of between 100 and 150 hours are great, I suppose. Very good to take that into account. We can take 3 million off of here, which makes this also 120 hours. Yeah, that's actually a good thing to add to these markers. Also 120 hours is actually lining up pretty nicely. Okay, this oil we very likely cannot take now, it's directly adjacent. Probably the behemoth worms or the big worms would even be shooting at us while we place this, if the biters don't already attack us, so that is a no-go. This iron does seem possible. Biters aren't there. So that is 1, 2... I think we can take from this belt over here. So we have about half the patch. 2 million iron from this chunk, which makes this 80 hours. So this is probably then one we want to claim later. We first want to claim the ones which can run for 120 to 150 hours, and only later the ones which can run for 80 hours. This oil is definitely takeable. We've got 20, 23 and 133. I'll just mark all the values so we can see the depletion. I'm gonna give these like the oil symbol. That makes them a little bit visually distinct. No, I should not. We should keep it the belt, because we are using the belt in the tables as well. Or I will just get confused what counts to what, etc, etc. There's a big question mark. There's a small nest here with 8 big worms, 8 medium worms and 9 nests. If I research damage upgrade 2, which I'm planning, my red ammo will be doing... I have debug option on still. My red ammo will be doing 11.5 damage, which is enough to kill a big worm with 100 magazines. 100 red magazines can kill one big worm, which is similar to 100 yellow magazines now killing a medium worm, except the situation will be way more dangerous. First of all, we'll have big biters running around and big spitters. All of us and the big worms, all of us which acid will probably almost instantly kill us. If not, it will slow us down as so much that some big biter will finish us off probably, or the next acid shot. But if I can take out this nest, I would be very happy, because there's 2 good iron patches here and no biter bases like anywhere around. This is a small expansion which we can neutralize. There's a ton of forest between this close by biter base here. That would be great if we could get our grabby little hands on this. Yeah, that's a big question though. There's no question mark. I don't know what to do with. I would love to have this. If I can get my grabby little hands on it, that's gotta be worth at least 2 belts of iron. 1, 2, 3. So 1, 2, 3 empty chunks between the miners and the biters. think we have even more available here if we get rid of this nest. Oh yeah, by far. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's like 7 chunks of distance. I think we can fully mine this patch for 4 belts or more. A small problem though. I'm going to need to neutralize these biters. I cannot evict the biters off the iron patch. I can still claim quite a bit of it though. I don't know how many miners I can fit around this, but 3 to 4 belts maybe. I'm not going to include it in the table though, because it's very questionable if we can take this. We can take another like from the top one, we can likely take another 1 to 2 belts as well, because this is the closest nest. The others are much farther away. This copper is probably not claimable because there's no absorbing terrain between the biters and the copper. This one is only claimable if we take out these pretty sizable nests, which may or may not be possible, I don't know yet. Those don't count as beltable though, so we won't cover those right now. Those are more like, if we attack then we can maybe claim it, but I don't want to go too deep into there right now. There's another iron right here. 1, 2, 3 fully empty chunks, but it's 3 chunks, which means we have like about 30 chunks available to absorb pollution before it hits the biters. Actually, this is closer by, but here is forest. I think this actually might be a half belt candidate here. I think so, that's a half belt. Really hard to say how much iron is in this right corner. Definitely less than a quarter. Maybe 3 million. That's maybe already optimistic. I can like build 1 tile over the edge and mine from... I can mine like 2 tiles into all of these chunks. So let's go 4 million. That means this is 160 hours of half belt iron. This is basically, we can probably mine this for as much miners as fit on here. If we ignore the right bit. Closest biters seem to be there. 6 million as well. I think this is going to be good for at least a belt, if not 1.5. I'm going to be optimistic here. $6 million. So 4 hours then. Sorry, 4. How's my system again? 20 hours per million. I have 6 million, so that's 120 hours for 1 belt, which makes this 80 hours. 80 hours of 1.5 belt. Maybe optimistic. Yeah, another copper right here. Empty chunk, empty chunk, empty chunk. That's actually... 1, 2, 3. Nah, that's not good, I think. Expansion here could be neutralized, but I don't think we can take anything from that, really. Alright, so I'm gonna add half a belt of iron, 1.5 belt of copper. 3 belts of iron, 2.5 belts of copper. In the meantime, I'm already handcrafting all these pipes. I need to stop that right now. I will be out of inventory space. I need to store the rest in my crafting queue. Already may have outdone it a little. Why do I have one magazine too many? Eight ammo. Alright, there we go. Come on, that is 100 magazines. There we go. Nice. Alright, let's put that back. We'll put the pipes in there. Let's grab this once again. Should have done it already a while ago. I'm just gonna take like 20,000 pipes at once. That's the plan. Now we just collect iron in these chests while we do the rest of it. I cannot for the life of me find the timer for the deconstruction expiring. Okay, let me have a. It used to be the case that once you unlocked construction bots or logistics bots, I think they got rid of the timer in Factorio 2.0 actually. There was like always a marker, plus 168 hours to ghost expiration time, but I think that has been removed from the game. Let's check logistics bots to be sure. Yeah, okay, that's no longer in there. So that has fundamentally changed since Factorio 1.1. So it should be somewhere in the code then. This tree will heal, we still need it to absorb pollution. Right. So, we continue. Yeah, this is all like question marks. We're not going to go into that. This oil is good though. 35, 94%. So I'm going to add another 3,500% to oil. 6.8. Ah wait, this is the wrong one. Let's delete it. I'll recount this later because I will be adding it to the wrong ones. Did I do that the last time as well? I don't think so. 2,500. I may have added the last one to the wrong as well. I had another beltable, 25. It's over here somewhere. Ah, this one, 1,200. 37. Did I make a simple addition mistake? I may have. 37. And now I'm adding 35. 7,200% it should be then. (7,200% of beltable oil. Let's put the belt in front of it to remind myself for now. Okay, that's definitely going to be fully takeable. This we cannot take at all. This one though, that looks promising. Good forest around it, so all four of these, this is important. So we will be putting miners on here. It is important that there's forest on all four adjacent chunks, orthogonally adjacent. That means those chunks is where the initial pollution spread to first. And if those can absorb already quite a bit of pollution, that does a lot in terms of spreading pollution further or not. Looks like the biters are also far away here. This chunk being the closest. And then just going out like so. Here we got biters in here and a biter base in here. I cannot move it when the chunk lines are visible, so I have to do the zoom out and zoom in stuff. Sorry about that. There's actually a byter base in here. A single one, but it's there. For this one, that is also takeable actually. Here we got byter bases in here. This one is in here. And in here. I think we can take a full belt off of this thanks to the forest. Pretty sure it's possible. Maybe another half belt of this. We can mine this entire patch, so that is 80 hours. Maybe 90 hours. That's 2.2 million. And here we can mine a full belt. It is 4 million, so that's 80 hours of a full belt. So that's another belt and a half of copper. Let's add a belt and a half of copper. I need to consistently do that or I just will mess it up. That's 4 belts of copper already from the outside world. Thanks, Gram Wasabi. Alright, I guess we just slowly keep going around the map then in this direction. No, I'm not gonna go there. There is nothing down here. Alright, actually, I think I will add these markers here as well. So this one is definitely claimable if we defeat this nest and this nest. I think I will put these markers there. It does seem doable. 6 million and 6 million. That's gonna add 12 million to the fight for your right to mine iron party. Bringing us up to 43. Okay, I'm gonna add another category. We're gonna add the red category. Not that it's impossible, but that it seems hard. It seems hard to be able to take out these nests. Or this one specifically, it's quite big. There's gonna be a ton of big biters spawning from that. I don't know if I can out DPS that within a reasonable amount of ammo. So I'll just add another one. That is questionable. So we'll delete the 12 million again. We'll add it over here. Questionable. Then I can also add this as questionable. Oh, this is really questionable though. That is such a big blob. I cannot place gun turrets to reach the middle even if there's worms there or to take out biters. I was planning to mark these as well, but I have changed my mind. This one looks possible though. We can mark this one as hard perhaps. It's a big nest. Too hard for 2 million probably. Alright. And why would I fight for it if I can take it for free off some other locations, right? Yeah, this is like in the adjacent chunk, even though it looks visually about the same distance as some of the other ones. Alright, so this is like hard fights. Oh, I have another hard fight listed here. I think this is also too hard, but that could be 13 million. So this is just like very optimistic, right? Very optimistic. The ones which are in the red category. Sometimes you gotta be optimistic in life. But this is maybe not the time. Alright. I I suppose this is our hard oil. Not really hard, but questionable in some sense. It's not that we need a hard fight for it, I don't know. I'm mixing up my categories now, but the red category is like a probably not category, just probably not. Yeah, 3300, alright. Then here we got the lovely 4968, holy moly, beltable. That is for free. 4968. And it's all takeable. We already experimentally confirmed that. So that easily goes in here. 49, which means this is 12.1. That's already 1800 signs per minute. Just this value over here. 1800 signs per minute. And another 900 and another 900. Okay, this is actually good. At the beginning, this is 3600 signs per minute in terms of blue, which we cannot make. But if we find another 6000%, which seems very likely, we will have enough oil, even at minimum yield, after it's completely depleted, to sustain 900 SPM in terms of oil, which is great. That is absolutely great. That was over here. I forgot the exact values here. I think we were taking a belt and a half off of here. I forgot what we were doing. I think we took like half a belt of copper, or like 3/4 of a belt of copper. How much copper is in here though? 6.9 million. I could take this chunk. Most of it's in here, that's 4 million. Yeah, let's go 3/4 of a belt then. That's like, what? 25-ish hours. 26.6 hours. If it was a full belt at 5 million. A full belt at 5 million is 100 hours. So it's like 130 or so. At 3/4 of a belt. Here we could take like crumbs of this of the top edge as well without influencing the pollution too much. And here we could take a lot from the left side, like a belt and a half if I remember correctly. But again, we need to divide this on the chunk border, which is here. Because the only ore we can take is on the left side here. That's definitely like 12 million on the left side though. That would be 240 hours at one belt, which means it's 180 hours of 1.5 belt, right? $240. I think it's 180 hours. But that's a pretty good one. Probably one of the first we want to take, as well as this oil. So we add I have now quarters. That is actually not great for my counting. We'll do it anyway. 4.75 belts of copper. Okay then. 4.5 belt of iron. Okay then. Oil I already counted. All of this is post efficiency module. All these values. Before efficiency module I can take only 1/5 of the declared values without polluting the biters. We rely on efficiency modules to get this done. Okay, not too much up here. That's probably... yeah, that is not possible. Adjacent chunk with biter base. Yeah, no, this is promising though. This is actually probably completely mineable. Maybe not, there's no forest in this area over here. But the biters are far away. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 chunks at least. I think this is entirely mineable. At full speed. I just copy attack again. You know what? I'll just mark it as 0.75. 3 million copper, normally 60 hours. So it's gotta be like 90 hours. Then we're back to like a half. Five and a half belts of copper. Getting somewhere. That's already... That's almost enough for blue signs. Of course we need 12 belts of iron as well. But yeah. Okay, this oil seems too close to unforested. This iron seems excellent though. 4 chunks. Forest. Fighters here. 1, 2, 3, 4 from the forested chunk. There's nothing even remotely close. This is actually close. 1, 2... Okay, actually it's not as great as it looks because this is completely open. And it reaches biter bases right there. Probably worth half a belt, I would say. Only half a belt. Looked sweeter than it is. Half belt basically almost indefinitely. I think it does not really matter where we take half the belt. Half belt, 11 million, 440 hours of half a belt. Got another great oil, except this is only 1200%. Still takeable though, it's pretty close by the base. We just need to connect this oil to here or here. Here we already have the pipeline for the good oil from the rich resource patch over here. So small effort to just pipe that up to here, I suppose. So let's count it. Okay, oil is not going to be a problem this playthrough. Before starting I thought oil would be the major bottleneck, but no, it's not going to be the bottleneck. Did I count as half belt already? Dang it. I don't remember. 2, 2.5. 3, 3.5. 3.5, 4.5, 5, 5, 5.5. I counted already more. I didn't count apparently. I will go over these counts in the end, because I'm probably missing more. That's the minimum amount of iron required to get off the planet. Somewhere between 50 and 100 million iron in the ground, depending on what kind of technologies we unlock. And we gotta claim it all now. Spending a lot of time. I hope I can protect everything before the biters. Big biters come around. Okay, what about this oil? One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We might actually be able to claim a little bit of this. Not this, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 spots. Not at full power, but we might just place like 1 solar power to power all these pump jacks. And the chunk itself is forested. The two adjacent chunks have some forest. We can probably prevent pollution spreading into here. Yeah, that is stupidly close by, but I think we can take at least some of these spots. It's not worth 26.47% though. I don't know what I should name it though. I'll just name it 26.47%. Minus. We'll just add another division tag or something. To showcase we can only take this side. How to count this though? I'll just count it as... It's like more than half in there, 1500%. 1500% for the count. This makes this 14.8. Right. Crumb tag. I think it's better than crumbs though. Yeah, maybe, I don't know. Maybe we ignore it in general, because there doesn't seem to be much out here in this area at all, which we can take. I forgot to mark if this is an expansion or not. If this is not an expansion, I can take this, but if this is like big worms... okay, let's delete that. I'm not gonna take that. We'll ghost this iron. Or this stuff over here. We're not gonna take it, I don't think. Same for here. 951%. It's just oil. And we have a lot of it. This iron, there's white. Yeah, we cannot take any of this. Stone and coal, okay, we don't care about that. We might be able to like crump some iron off of the bottom here. It might actually be half belt material here. The bottom two chunks look pretty good. But if I have to go all the way out there just for that one iron, I don't think I will. We'll see. So let's say 3 million is in the bottom chunk because it's almost all. That means it's 120 hours of half a belt. I mean, we have a lot of time later on. We might have time to go everywhere. I don't know. But if I want to, I have to protect it right now. Yeah, that is the entire right side of the map, I think. Yeah, this is already marked. One, two, three empty chunks. Probably crumbs material. It's only 1.8, so we don't need to take much off of that. Crumb stack. But we can just take some. Both of these chunks are crumbs. Oh yeah, another hard battle, 5 million. Oh, looks like we've got that tag now counted. That's 17 hard battle iron. No, this is not hard battle iron. This is like a nest with big worms. We just delete this. Yeah, that is not even hard. That's an impossible battle. Not a hard battle. That is blatantly impossible. For me at least. I won't be able to do that for sure. Okay. What is here? Pretty forested, so that's also some crumbs territory. Biters are directly in here though, so probably only from this chunk. This may actually be half a belt as well. Right from the bottom there. Can I copy that from somewhere? Give me half a belt. Alright, 20 million. That makes at least 4 million accessible, which means there's 160 hours. Another half belt of iron. Crumbs. We need to go in this chunk or this chunk as crumbs. Probably not worth protecting just for the crumbs. Hey, thanks Major Mayhem. Lucky 13th month from the beginning. Thanks, great stream as always. I don't know, I don't feel like these streams are so great. They are extremely grindy and repetitive. For background watch it's nice, right? It's gonna make for a great edited series though, I think. So I have to put in the work anyways, might as well stream it. I was gonna add like half a belt of iron. Not even gonna look that. How about this one? Crumbs, I think, from the bottom perhaps. Here's good oil. There's a couple of good oils, so we'll classify those as well. I thought there was nothing else here, but we've got that half belt of iron there. That's about it. The rest is literally on the biters. This might be doable, this iron, with a hard fight. I think these are quite easy. This is significantly bigger though. I'm gonna make it a hard one. Is it worth it though? There's no forest between here and these guys. So I won't even be able to mine this very hard without polluting over there. Okay, this is in the same chunk. I won't be able to take this. I'll add the 9 million to the wishful thinking list. Wishful thinking, 21 million. Are you still planning? Yeah. Well, at least we finished the exploration part. The planning is just bonus. I don't know why I spent all last stream on exploration, I feel like. I guess we created the tables in the system as well. But now we finished the other half of the exploring pretty quickly. So I'm not really sure what was going on there. It is all pretty deserted. There's a way... No, I don't think so. How about this one? It is 3 chunks to there, 3 chunks to there. We might be able to take like half a belt off of this. How about oil? Might be able to take a little bit of oil off of this. Okay, we'll use a crumb tech for oils as well. Crumb tech for oil. because we might be able to take the oil in this chunk very slowly. You know, I don't think we can even build that with the biter bases so close by. I'm gonna be within trigger range, I think. I don't know. This area seems not great. I'm not really sure how this desert terrain is gonna behave. There's not a lot of trees on it as well. It's probably still good for half a bell though. Biters are in this chunk actually. Okay, that's not great. This is not gonna saturate, this is gonna saturate, then it's gonna spread on here. Alright, crumbs. Probably not gonna protect this then. Alright, let's delete this. We're not gonna go here. We'll leave this area to the biters. Not for us. All of this, not for us. No. No. Nothing. Alright. I think we went all the way around. Except for the last couple oil sources in this great area over here. So we got this guy over here. 3124. It looks like that is just takeable. A ton of forest here, which gives us a protective barrier. I don't think that is ever gonna penetrate through. The closest biters are here. And I guess here though. The biters are close, but I still think we can just fully take this. 31.24%. So we'll add 31 to the oil count. I think I again forgot to add iron, I'm not sure. 64. Approximately 6 belts from each resource type though. We can just count like that. Approximately 6 belts of iron and copper we can get off of the grade beyond. This oil is also takeable completely, I think even regardless of. This forests 17%. Let's mark that. And this one was fully takeable as well. No, not. It was only this chunk. We can fully take the bottom chunk off of that. So it is 3903. We can take all the rich stuff though. These are like 5 side patches. We can probably take... that's probably good for 3000%, I would say. For the count. This is 2417 and 114. So we add 25, 55. 55 we add to the oil count. 21.9. I think that does it. Let's again... Okay, this is run out of coal. Alright, apparently there's still ore in the furnaces. So we'll let it run out. Then we'll estimate, do we have enough pipes already, or iron? Or do we do another refill? I think we'll do another refill. I think that's the entirety marked. Let's make a save before something happens. Because the last save was before we started to do all this, and I definitely do not want to do this again. All resources counted and marked. Okay, with that information I'm gonna say this playthrough is possible. Because we got 50 million iron access to already, 80 million with the help of some fights. Indeed, with military 2 and red ammo and 2 damage upgrades, I think we can defeat some big biter nest before the behemoths hit. We don't have a lot of time to do it, but I think we will have a couple hours again, maybe 10 hours of time to fight biters. And claim like 31 million more iron, 41 million more copper, potentially. We need the copper though, we need the copper. We only have 15 million in our starting area. We probably need like 40 million to beat the game. And 90 million iron. So yeah, we need to claim the easy fights, quote unquote easy fights. We'll have to see if they actually will be easy, but sounds good. And we have to take patches from far away, which we'll still have to protect. But that's basically like for at least, we can take this amount of resources for at least 100 hours. And 100 hours was the scope of time we needed for to research all technologies, right? So I think it's looking good. I think we'll be off the planet before 200 hours, if we can make it. So while we haven't built a base just yet, at some point it's gonna start. I think that we're gonna build a base, we're gonna research a bunch of technologies in early red-green. Then we'll have to do another pause while we'll take out like these biter bases to claim all these resources over here. The nearby accessible ones. Because once we hit behemoth biters, the entire deviation from the straight getting off the planet pack is going to be in vain. This technology will be useless, military 2 will be useless. Yeah. That's going to be a shorter break though, not a 30-hour don't do anything break. Yeah, I definitely feel like a madman doing this. Is that Hans Zimmer music? Sounds like from Interstellar movie. No, everything is the Factorio soundtrack. The music is really good though. It definitely has some inspiration from like Lord of the Rings and indeed Hans Zimmer. Alright, everything has run out again. Let's see what we have. Right, that's about 9,000 iron. 12,000. 14,000 pipes. I think I'll just let's refill the miners once more. That's everything that has run out. Evolution 42.5%. We have 7.5% of evolution space before we hit big biters. Hopefully we can protect all of the resources we just marked before that time. Of course, that thing runs out the second I refill it for some reason. Alright, I suppose. 2 iron plates still. Great stuff. Alright, so now we have 34 miners left, which means we need 51 stacks of coal. This is basically this plus whatever is in the coal miners down there. So we don't need to mine or to take any more coal at the moment, I feel. Yeah, alright, we're ready. I'm gonna overwrite that save. It's gonna be the end of the stream save. That was a lot of calculations, a lot of exploration. Everything has been marked. We have found out what we can take and at what rate we can take it and for how long we can take it. That's a pretty good result, actually. I didn't know I was going to use this system. It's a pretty good system. Half a belt of iron for 160 hours. Yeah, that is good information. Way more useful than hey, this patch is 20 million. And you can take some of it, but yeah, good luck. That's a pretty good plan. Alright, so now we just have to make sure that all the green chunks are on the way to our resources. Like this one, there's an expansion happening right here. Which is okay. Even if the expansions happen like right here, like where I want to grab my resources, it's okay. Because all of the expansions... Why you go away from map view when I do editor mode? You don't need to do that. I guess time has froze again. So we can see the expansion happening right here at the moment. That's a new nest. I think the expansion has finished already. But the point is, in the expansion there's only medium worms, no big worms yet. That means we still will be able to take it with yellow ammo, like we have right now. If there's a single big worm in there, we can no longer take it with yellow ammo. We already need 100 magazines to take out a medium worm. Taking out a big worm has 3 times the health, and our ammo will do 1/7 damage, I think. That's over 1,000, yeah, that's over 1,000 magazines to take out a single big worm. That is just not, it's just not gonna happen. So yeah, we need to neutralize any dangerous expansions. This is not dangerous, but if it would be here, we would have needed to neutralize that expansion also before 50% evolution. So I don't want to go with no ammo at all. We will be taking some with our gun turrets, but for the rest it's going to be pipes. We're going to do the same thing as we did over here. Basically put expansion denying pipes around the resources to make all the chunks red, and then we're just already going to lead out a pipe or a belt. Maybe I should make belts actually, towards our base, like this. And then we just cross the water with landfill and we are in our base, which means we have access to the resources, and the act of laying that pipe also makes these chunks red, so there will be no biter expansions. That's the hopes, that's the dreams. We have a lot of spots though. Even if one of our resource spots eventually gets expanded on, I think we still have enough to go around. It's unlikely they will settle on every resource spot. I think it's even unlikely they'll settle on a single resource spot if we protect everything to the degree we have protected this area over here. So yeah, looks like start of next stream we are going to be not exploring, but we're going to be walking around, and we're just going to protect the resources like we did with these ones over here. And after that is done, we will finally be allowed to start building, I cannot believe it, an actual base. Maybe even before a day and a half of time has passed, but we'll see that in the next stream on Sunday. How many red magazines does it require? At the moment, with the 2 upgrades it will take 100 magazines. At the moment we will also do like half a damage to a big worm, which means 300 magazines of unupgraded red ammo against the big worm, if I'm not mistaken. Alpha damage, 1500 health. Yeah, it looks like 300 magazines. Yeah, might be impractical. I would highly agree. Oh hey, thanks Vicori for the 10 US bucks. I've been watching this series in the background at work for the last few days, and it's been great. I think I finally gotten used to how you pronounce R. I cannot even pronounce R normally in my own language. But thanks a lot. I'm just about to end the stream though, so kind of unfortunate timing. I hope you didn't just tune in. Anyway, there's always the VODs. I bet it's great for a background watch while working, I suppose. Never been so excited for a green science build. Yeah. Ah, been here for 3 hours. Okay, that's good. Thanks, man. Right. There's also, we've been walking around a lot. Let's see how big the actual map is. I'll keep the chunks on so I don't actually see what's going on. How much extra terrain have we generated? This is all the generated terrain, including the chunks hidden in the background. There's actually not that much chunks around what we physically explored. So we have to keep that in mind, that not too much extra land exists. We can see almost all except like 5 chunks into the void around the map, approximately. Now let's load back into the actual save before I accidentally save and invalidate this. Right, so next time protect resources, then build base, then finally get our hands on the electric mining drill, which you used to get for free in Factorio 1.1 and we still haven't gotten access to it. Probably next technology is going to be radars, so we can see something on the map. We're going to build a separate power grid, I think, for the radar network, so we're gonna need to run it on coal. So I'm probably going to try to run like 50 to 100 radars on, I don't know how many boilers exactly. I'm hoping like 1 or 2. So basically that's 3.6 megawatts instead of, yeah, I think we can power like 50 radars on a single boiler. And still having it reveal the 7x7 chunk grid. I did it on Gleba. On Gleba, a solar panel has 30 kilowatts, which is 1/10 of the power of a radar. So we should be able to give each radar, I think we can power 60 radars on a boiler like that, and then we have the same solar panel powered radar like on Gleba, the same power delivery to it. That means I'm going to need a whole lot less coal and generate a whole lot less pollution to power my radars and still be able to see everything. After that we're gonna go for green science, but I probably will research logistics first. I don't think I want to build green science without logistics. So it's gonna be electric mining drill with burner miners, then we deconstruct the entire base. We're just gonna hand feed our way to mining drills the same way we did for gun turrets, basically. It's the last technology we need before actually building a real base. Then we do electric miners, we'll get radars, build a radar network, we'll get logistics with green science, we'll get steel processing as well, because that's needed for military too. We might get steel processing first then, because that unlocks Steel X. Finally it will unlock Steel X. We don't need to craft 50,000 iron for it, just 50. It's excluded from the multiplier, the trigger technologies. Logistic science, we'll go military 2. We need military 1 for that as well, which allows us to get the 2 damage upgrades. Including this one for 200,000 green science. Feels wrong, feels really wrong to go this way. I think it is the key though, I think it is the key. And I think after this we have another research stop while we neutralize the next layer of nests, which allows us to grab another 30 million iron and copper. And then it is time to go towards oil and efficiency modules. Possibly we'll make a in-between stop at solar. Maybe an in-between stop at landfill. Kind of depends on how it will go. But modules and efficiency modules is going to be one of the key technologies that allows us to tap into the resources which we uncovered today. Before we have efficiency module, we cannot realistically mine anything from anywhere, because the pollution simply would be too great. Even that one spot which allows us to mine 2 belts of iron, we couldn't even mine half a belt of iron from there without efficiency modules, so it just doesn't make sense to go out before efficiency modules, except next time to protect the area. After that we'll get productivity module, and after that we'll get quality module, start grinding at the quality miners. And after that we'll just beeline our way off of this planet through rocket silo, space science, thrusters, and ultimately planet discovery of Vulcanus, which costs another $1 million. And hopefully then our problems will be solved. I haven't thought about the potential problems on Vulcanus just yet. There's probably going to be a bunch. It's not just as blatant as just, okay, a Vulcanus equals infinite resources. It's not quite true. We don't have infinite space because of the demolishers. We don't have infinite coal. We don't have infinite calcite, although calcite is pretty generous. It's still not infinite, right? So yeah, we'll see how that goes. It's a long way off though, getting to Vulcanus. Next time we neutralize the expansion chances near the resources we want. And then we start building an actual base, hopefully still in Sunday's stream. That will fit. I might stream tomorrow, I'm not entirely sure yet, but Sunday for sure. So if you want to get notified, I usually post it an hour or two, or sometimes more, ahead of time on my Discord. So go there and subscribe to the @streams tag if you want to get a notification, to not miss the start. Yeah, I've blabbered on for long enough, I feel. Let's switch off all of the stuff that should be switched off again. So hopefully it's the last stream we'll be looking at this base. Last time the entire base, including the spaceship, fits into one screen, hopefully. Yeah, so basically the plan is to give raiders about 1/10 of the power they require, and then we can still have the visibility. They will even still scan their range, although 10 times slower. But the visibility will be constant. That's the plan. You should mine the spaceship. The extra iron will really help a lot. Do you get iron for mining the spaceship? I will try that right now. Quality, we're gonna go quality miners. That's the plan. Maybe quality all things as well. I don't think we get iron from that. Do we get iron from that? I know it happens in Factorio, but I don't think it happens in vanilla. Okay, all the chunks don't give anything. I won't save after this though, so don't worry. I knew you were gaslighting me. I was 95% on it. Alright, let's go back before I accidentally save that. That would be the real disaster. Even more so than going in editor mode. Yeah, spaceship has been restored. Alright. Yeah, there we go. I'm going to end it here. I'm not going to have a long outro anymore. I'm going to go to bed. And with a little bit of luck I'll be streaming tomorrow. If not, it will be on Sunday. Sunday is going to be a long stream from the afternoon. Probably like 10 hours or so. If tomorrow, it's unclear. We'll see. Maybe I need to go outside. Who knows? And anyway, that's all for today. Thanks for everybody for hanging out. It was very fun. And hopefully I'll see you all next time.